Okay, let's see here. Okay, we're live. We are live. Setting out the blast notification now. Actually, let me go do something real quick. Okay. Antonio, what's up? What is up? Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. Carla, what's up? Sharon, how are you? I remember you guys. Hello, hello. How is everybody? It's been a hot minute since I've been live, but one thing that hasn't changed is the tea. Except I'm no longer on Pure Leaf. I'm now on Gold Peak. Oh my. Oh my. It has been a while. It's been a hot minute. Hello there, Patrice. Hello. Zippy, what's up? Dank, what's up? Hello, hello. Hello from a fellow Western PA native. Let's go, Pennsylvania. Right, right. So, as we take a look here, Trump is pulling through on the poly market lead. Trump is at, let me take a peek here. Trump is at 68%, and Harris is at a whopping 32% right now. I'm going to get that up on your screen here momentarily. Let me see here. Let me go ahead and pull this up so you guys can take a peek. Okay. I'm just resizing it up so you guys don't see all the hoopla and the junk that you don't care about. So yeah, right here, guys, the poly market is at 68.2% for Trump, less than 32% for Harris, and yeah, that is increasing. I want you guys to see this here. I want you guys to look at right there. I don't think I can zoom in. Maybe I could do this though. Maybe I can go. Yeah, you guys can see that big jump up. And this is about almost 3.4 billion, not million, $3.4 billion in bets on who is going to win. Trump is now at 69.4%. As you guys see, that is increasing as I'm talking here. 69.6%. Harris is absolutely tanking right now. Absolutely tanking. The New York Times is suggesting that Trump has a very high likelihood at re-election. What you guys are looking at here is this is the Harris campaign rally. I want you guys to take a look at the difference. You know, they're over there. They got a group of singers on stage. And if I go ahead here and I yeet these here, you guys are going to see it's much more formal. At the Trump rally going on up above over here, we do have the Associated Press. And then there is some live voting being done in California. Now, we know California is going to definitely swing to the Harris. I believe that's 50 electoral votes for Harris in California. That's a given. It's very democratic. Trump is now officially at 70.2% Harris. Harris has fallen below 30% right now. You guys are looking at this. An absolute jump in a lead here on the poly market. Huge, huge, huge. 70% to a 29.9%. Again, guys, if you are in the Discord, please tell the other ones to hop on over to YouTube. They may not have got the notification. I went live because I had that hiatus since July because TikTok is a bunch of Californians. I don't want to say any words that may get this account banned, you know, but what we're just talking about, just absolutely insane here. 70.2% to a 29.8%. New York Times is suggesting here that Trump has a high likelihood of being reelected as president of the United States for the 2024 to 2028. You know how that goes. It's like 2025 to 2029. We take a look back here. What we do see is obviously Texas is going to lead with the Republican votes. That's just a given. Currently, it's been called Florida, South Carolina, Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Indiana is giving Trump. And we just had another one called. Trump has officially reached over 100 electoral votes. This is definitely coming in pretty strong now. Some states to watch here. It's a close call as of now. 39% have been reported for Ohio. You guys can take a look. Most of Ohio is red. Right now, we see Trump at 49.9% and Kamala Harris is 49.4%. Now, mind you, the popularity vote does not count. It goes off of the electors. Could be a local mayor for all you know. You don't know who the elector is. However, one to also watch is going to be over here in Pennsylvania. Now, I want you guys to see something. Pretty much all of the counties that are gray are going to be red. That is pretty much how Pennsylvania rolls. The southwestern corner, the northeastern corner, and then the southeastern corner, Philadelphia, Allentown, Pittsburgh, Erie, those are primarily going to be your Democratic cities and the people who live along there. But you guys can see we live on the outskirts of Pittsburgh in one of these gray counties. It's going to be very, very red very, very soon. I did get the email notification saying that my vote had been received and it's going through. I hand delivered that to the Bureau of Elections. Now, we do know that New Jersey has reported, Maryland has reported, and I believe Delaware has reported for Kamala Harris. Again, Trump is at 101. You got to get the 270. Now, there is a chance that you could get 269 and 269. It does happen, and it's a whole mess we don't want to go down because that involves Congress. Does that really mean anything as far as the poly market? So, the question with the poly market. So, this is the people who are out voting. This is the people who are very influential. Think about Elon Musk, think about Joe Rogan, stuff like that. Poly market, it really is the people's poll. That's how I look at poly market. It's the people's poll. Keeps increasing of leads here, 71.8 to 28.5. I see Maddie is in the Discord showing the Pennsylvania map right now, and it's doing exactly as I said. I've been a Pennsylvania resident all my life, and it's the same way nearly every year. However, I will say that when it comes to Pennsylvania this year, we've seen a big influx of Democratic voters turning to go Republican. We thankfully haven't had any major issues with our Democratic Attorney General, which could have really influenced us. However, I would say it's a little bit different. If he was to become vice president, like Philadelphia originally stated he would, to the Harris campaign, that could have really had a massive influx to Democratic voters. But that's not what happened whatsoever. As we know, it was Tim Walz out of Minnesota, who is not very well liked. And it's similar to the J.D. Vance, Not many people like J.D. Vance. Not many people like Tim Walz. Just pretty much two terrible vice president nominees is what that comes down to. And, I see that there's a lot of people talking about the whole abortion stance. Now, Again, the Democrats originally tried to push this Project 2025, saying, "Oh, it was Trump." It's not Trump. He didn't want anything to do with Project 2025. The national abortion ban. He already said he wasn't going to be signing the national abortion ban. And my thing is this: SCOTUS has already ruled on it. It's been passed back to the states. Her using this as a ability to campaign, she lost it while she was in office. Let's be frank here. Biden wasn't running the country whatsoever. Look how senile and demented he is. It was clearly the vice president who was acting in official authority. It would make them look weak if he was to step down over the past year. But what we're really looking at is that it's been passed back to the states. People say, well, abortion this, abortion that. It's already been said the Republicans are not going to put a national ban on abortion whatsoever. It's just like gun laws. Gun laws are being passed back to the states. You know, the United States. That's how it was, you know, over a century ago. Look at the Civil War. Statehood rights. That's why the Civil War was fought. It wasn't about slavery. It was plain and simple about statehood rights. Now, did slavery play a part of it? Yeah, but it wasn't the main reason. The main reason was statehood rights. You know, I see Tico saying that Harris has done nothing for Arizona, and she introduced those bills a long time ago. You know, immigration is a big key player as well. Oh, 111 to 72. So they might have called something before the Associated Press. It's very possible. For the Associated Press, we do have, we still have this up now. The AP hasn't officially called Illinois yet. For their DC icon is way off up on that map. I was just looking at that. So what we do know is that it's been called Vermont for Harris, which is a given. Massachusetts, which is a given. Rhode Island, it's a given. This Connecticut, the Connecticut one, I am questioning. Only 2% of the polls have been reported, so that's 2% of the entire state, and they already called it as Harris. New Jersey, 28%, and they called it for Harris. So a little weird if you ask. Delaware, 43%. Maryland. So they call now look at this, guys. Look at this. This is, I want you guys in the Discord to look at this, okay? They called Maryland at 1% reported. They called it for Harris at 1%. You know, 1%'s about 10,000 votes there. Trump's at 66%, 31% for Harris. I don't quite understand that. The Connecticut, Maryland, that's going to be popping up on people. Arkansas has been called at 9% for Trump here. Kansas is leading for Trump. Texas is going to be Trump. We know that, especially with the border crisis going on down there. Texas is going to be called for Trump. That's going to give 40 electoral votes, making this 141 to 52. Kansas has a really good chance of being for Trump. North Dakota, same way. A lot. Now, when you look at this here, the states that we're going to see most likely be the Democratic electoral votes is obviously California, Washington, likely Oregon, Minnesota. Wisconsin could be a toss-up. Wisconsin could definitely go red, though, this year. Illinois has just been called for Harris, giving her 19 electoral votes. That's a given with Chicago. Nothing out of the ordinary for the call that early. We do know coming in now through the Associated Press that Democrat Josh Stein has won the North Carolina governor's race, which is a very, very shock. Now, it is being reported that New Jersey has officially been called for Kamala Harris as the polls are still open. So, New Jersey, the polls are still open, and it has been called for Kamala Harris. So again, this is something that's definitely going to be coming up. Now, those states are fairly given. That's why I'm like, the Connecticut, it doesn't go red; it stays blue. So it's not really offsetting. Now, North Carolina is leading with Donald Trump. Virginia, shockingly, Virginia is starting to pull ahead with a Donald Trump lead by 1/3% there. 1/3%, 40% report in Virginia. Their live view died. And, that would be a very interesting toss-up. If Trump was to get Virginia, that would start to pull away those electoral votes needed. Harris needs to pull together any votes she possibly can from the electors. I will tell you, though, Nebraska. So Nebraska here, which is going to be... they're going to start polling here and getting the results in about 18 minutes. That one does have that split to where they both do a Republican and a Democratic electoral vote. So most will get that. Yeah. So Eddie, yes. 49.3% for Trump, which is 951,000 votes, and Harris is at 49,000. This is within 8,000 votes as of right now. Virginia is starting to pull ahead with that Donald Trump lead. As of now, Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, likely New Hampshire, and Vermont have been called for Harris. Yep. So we're starting to see a very broad red wave starting to overtake the United States. Pennsylvania, I want you guys to see this here. So exactly what I was telling you guys, I said you're going to have this little corner of Pittsburgh, the corner of Philadelphia, and Erie be blue, but like my county is not even reporting as of yet. And it's guaranteed to be red. I think we have a 94 to 96% Republican to a 4 to 6% Democratic registration here. So Pennsylvania, a lot of people are like, well, it could go blue. It's not up to the people. It's up to the electors. And I'm going to tell you one thing. Donald Trump almost lost his life 15 minutes away from the studio here. Those electors are most likely going to side with Trump for Pennsylvania. I don't know about you, but if some dude who was the presidential nominee almost lost his life in my state, I sure as hell am going to give him my vote, But a lot of people don't realize that there's a lot at play here when it comes to these electors. Trump here from the Mason-Dixon line, minus Maryland. I'm going to say minus Maryland. He could have a clean sweep on the eastern seaboard, which would make Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, all Republican. Again, this is the race to 270. Whoever can get the 270 wins the presidential election / re-election. Eddie, that is a very, very red area. Yes, as you see here, it is red. You guys have started reporting down there. I'm not too sure what's going on east of Pittsburgh with that county. It has to probably be, let me look here. It does not let me say. It does not let me see the counties. I wish that did, but yeah, so that's a little shocking that one's blue as of now. But again, we're only 12% reported for the state of Pennsylvania. So it looks like it looks here 27 to 105 on ABC. So every place is calling their own. Missouri is leading with Donald Trump as well. We are awaiting. We should have another state coming in, guys. I want to bounce back to the poly market here. Poly market has Donald Trump at 73.5%, Kamala Harris at a staggering 27.5%. We're going to transition over to that. 73 to 27%. That is absolutely insane. Now, guys, I do want to tell you something. A lot of people are talking about Pennsylvania and how there's such a drastic Democratic lead. That is because the majority of Democratic voters in Pennsylvania will actually vote last week or 2 weeks ago. They vote early. Those in the mail-in ballots and stuff like that are pre-counted, and that is what gives that lead. However, on election day, the majority of registered conservatives and Republicans will either go turn in the ballot themselves on the day of the election or go to the polling place themselves, which will make the lead start to come down very, very quickly. A lot of people don't realize that about Pennsylvania. Oh my, Eddie. Oh my. 74% to 26%. Guys, look at the poly market here. 74% to 26%. Harris is at 26%. Trump's at 74%. I have a feeling here we're going to have another state get called very, very soon. We have our eyes on a couple states already. 43% coming in for Virginia. Donald Trump is taking a major lead here, 49.5 to 48.9. He's gaining on almost a whole percent lead in the state, or I should say the Commonwealth of Virginia. That lead is starting to grow. Very quickly, mind you. That is a very, very, very big lead. Texas, again, we're going to see a lead for Trump in Texas here. Now, Kansas, a lot of people are talking here about Kansas. So, Kansas, 52 to 46%. Again, only 28% are being reported. I think we're going to see that state turn red. Pennsylvania, again, 12%. 12% still for Pennsylvania. Again, Harris, that lead is going to drop because of those early votes. Those early votes. See, Donald Trump's at 30% already. That's definitely going to 75 to 25. The lead keeps just this poly market. I want you guys to really see this, what has changed over the past 6 hours. The past 6 hours here, you can see that jump. The past day and even the past week, you can see that massive jump. The past 24 hours, there's been a major lead on Donald Trump with that. And again, Donald Trump is increasing his lead in the Commonwealth of Virginia at 49.6% to 48.8% Harris. We are almost a whole percent away for the Commonwealth of Virginia. North Carolina, Donald Trump is almost 7% above, very close to 7% above Kamala Harris. Guys, we are going to see a very large red wave. I have a feeling that we're going to see this. The New York Times is already calling it that Donald Trump has a very good chance. Again, the thing is, it doesn't come down. Okay, so we're getting some reports here that Missouri has been called for Donald Trump. And obviously Illinois has been called. Supposedly one has called for Maine. So Maine is another where it does that split there. We're getting reports that Missouri has been called for Donald Trump. DDHQ is reporting that Trump has a 73% chance of winning North Carolina for the electoral votes. Arkansas, 12 minutes ago, has called for Donald Trump, yes. Oh, Eddie. I was one of the first ones to say that. Georgia, Donald Trump is 52% to 47.4%. I think we're going to see some states start making some more calls here very, very soon. No one wants to wait till 2 to 3 to 4 a.m. to know who their next president is going to be. I think we're going to see some states start to get called here. Again, Pennsylvania is only at 13% for the reporting here. Again, that lead is falling for Kamala Harris. Okay, so let's see here. Chris Christie is on, it looks like. I have no idea why Chris Christie is on the TV. No idea, guys. Okay, so Fox News is calling the Missouri poll to Donald Trump. So Missouri, Fox News has called Missouri for Missouri. The polls are closed. Now, again, we're going to see here Harris may take that popular vote, but it appears that the electors have said no to the Democrats and is awarding 10 electoral votes to the former president, Donald Trump. Georgia, Donald Trump, 52%. Harris, 47%. North Carolina, Donald Trump, 54%. Kamala Harris, 45%. Again, we are really... So, Missouri has officially been called for Donald Trump. So, the tally is now 111 to 71. And this has been reported here. This has been reported by both ABC and Fox that Missouri's electors have officially called the race for the former president. Donald Trump is pulling a lead out of Ohio, which will award him 17 electoral votes. Ohio used to be a major swing state, but right now, we are focusing our attention here. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, those battleground states is where this race could really come down to the final wire. Again, I invite you guys to check out the Discord. If someone wanted to post a link in chat, you are more than welcome, like a mod possibly. And if you're in the Discord, tell the others to come on over. I am watching the Discord chat while also being live. I just gotta grab this one thing. Ooh, not that. Nice. I need to plug the phone in so it doesn't die on me. Again, guys, we are watching this in real time here as these votes start to come in. Missouri, even though it looks blue, it's been officially called to be a Republican state. So that is going to turn red here within probably the half hour. And I'm looking here, seeing, comparing, and noticing if there's any changes here. Again, Virginia, 49.8. Donald Trump is officially over an entire percent above Harris in the Commonwealth of Virginia, which will award him 13 electoral votes. I feel like this is 2016 all over again. I watched a video probably 8 months ago, and it was something very similar to what I'm doing these call outs. He has won this, he's been awarded this, and it just shows the Democrats breaking down, crying, losing it. And in the event that Donald Trump does win the election, we know that it's going to be a repeat of 2020, but on the Democratic side, saying that there was Russian collusion, there was cheating involved, and all of this. But, when the Republicans had said that, it was, oh, you guys are fake news, you guys are fake. Nope. Nope. So again, we continue to watch this race unfold here for the next president of the United States. Again, Missouri has officially been called for the former president, Donald Trump. As you guys can see behind me here, we have the Trump campaign rally. We do know that Trump is going to be down at the One Convention Center in Florida, and then the Harris rally over here. Again, guys, take a look behind me. This screen where my hand is. It's a repeat of 2016. There is no enthusiasm whatsoever. This looks to be mostly all nail-biting, exhaustion. And I'm not trying to call out anyone specifically. If the Republicans were doing the same thing, I would. There's a difference. There's a difference in the stance. I'll show you guys here. It's a lot different. The Harris rallies are usually all uppity and stuff like this. The Republicans, it's quite simply down to business. That is the main difference. That is the main difference. They were having a big old concert, but now that they're seeing that Trump is pulling away with these leads here, it's just not doing what they were expecting it to do. Again, we are just awaiting. So far, Donald Trump has nearly 22 million votes, and Harris has only 18.5 million votes on that popular vote. Jackie, how are you? How is Jackie? Hello. A lot of people are siding with Donald Trump in this. A lot of people are. Pennsylvania. Harris is taking a massive stab right now at Pennsylvania. She was at well over 70%. She's dropping down to 65.8%. Donald Trump is increasing the lead at 33.3%. I will say now that more counties are coming in. More counties are coming in. I think that we're definitely going to see Pennsylvania start to turn more red here. The question is it enough for the electors to make that final call for Trump? I personally think yes. I really do think yes. I mean, the dude got shot here. So, we do have some discrepancies going on, as you guys can see here and up above me on the top right quadrant, which is this one right here. Fox News and ABC has called Missouri for Donald Trump. The AP, however, has not made the official call on their end for this. That is starting to pose a bit of an issue. So we are awaiting to see what happens with that. Correct, Orsai, correct, yes. For example, I hand delivered mine into the ballot. When you get the email saying the ballot has been returned to the Board of Elections, so today I dropped it off at noon. I got an email at about 7:30 p.m. saying that my ballot has been received and returned. What that means is it has not been counted or opened. What that means is that it's been scanned and it's setting in a pile. And then from there, you're gonna have someone from the Democrat and someone from the Republican stand over these people opening these ballots, reading them, saying yes, and at least in my county, that's how they do it. They have one per party watching each person do the tally of what is what. When will we find out the winner? That is a good question. Okay, guys, Donald Trump is at 175. We are getting reports from Fox News. It's been called that Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, portions of Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, and Louisiana have been called for Donald Trump. 178. 178 for Donald Trump. Fox News, 178 for the former president, securing the North Dakota, South Dakota, the split there in Nebraska, Wyoming, Kansas, obviously Missouri, Oklahoma, Texas, Louisiana have been awarded to the former president. Again, guys, this is where it's really going to come into play. Right now, you guys can see the panic starting to ensue on the Democrats. Why don't you guys take a look at that? Not one person is smiling. Not one person is smiling whatsoever. Look, he's biting his nails. He's like, They're watching this unfold live right now, where Harris has not been gaining the votes needed whatsoever. New Mexico is turning red. Virginia, again, a battleground state here. Trump is leading at almost 50% to almost 48%. This is where it's really going to start coming into play here. This is where it's really going to start coming into play. Right now, Trump is at 23.2 million votes and Harris is at 20.6 million votes. We do know that Illinois has been called for Harris. Colorado has been called for Harris. It is 178 to 113. Harris is at 113. Trump is at 178 through Fox News. They have inside access to not the electors, but the people who make those official judgment calls. So that is how they know what is going on. We could definitely see a very major sweep coming through. And again, not one person is smiling. Not one person is smiling whatsoever. New York. Times Square. Pennsylvania. People were talking about Pennsylvania. New York has been called for Kamala Harris. New York is officially called. In Pennsylvania, he is currently closing that gap. I'll be right back, guys. Okay, sorry, I had to blow my nose there. So the gap is starting to get closed here in Pennsylvania. I'm not positive, Eddie, where you got that from or what all is there. Oh, that shows Ohio. That shows Ohio being called for Donald Trump. I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised here. Again, I think we're definitely going to see more of a sweep this year. I think, again, anytime there's a ASS attempt on a president's life, it usually sides in their favor. Just does. And I think we're going to see Pennsylvania turn red. I think that we could see Trump basically at 270 by the time Harris hits 200 if California does not come into play. Now, I say if California doesn't come into play. Again, we have a lot of states here that this could turn for Trump, such as New Mexico, Utah, Idaho, Montana. Montana and Idaho would give him an additional 8 points there, which could topple him over the 200 points there. New Mexico, Arizona would award 16 points total to that vote. Pennsylvania being 19, Ohio being 17 votes, Virginia being 13, North Carolina being 16 votes, and Georgia being 16. You know, if we were to see Ohio, Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, New Mexico, Arizona, Idaho, Montana, potentially Utah, that could put him practically at that 270 that is needed. And Caleb, I was just saying, so California has 54 votes. So when I was saying, you know, at that 270 mark, he could hit that 270 mark before she makes it to 200. That's if California doesn't come into play, because that's a big chunk of votes there. So it was just that figure of speech. Okay, guys, so we're going to take a peek at this. Thank you, Eddie, very much for that. Thank you very, very much. We're going to take a peek here at this. I appreciate it very, very much. Okay. So again, here looking at this, what we do have so far is Trump is at 194. This is through 270 to win. Okay, so the exit poll in Wisconsin, Trump has doubled the support of the African Americans. This year, Trump is polling about 20% of the African American vote versus 78% for Harris. 4 years ago, Trump won only about 8% of the African American voters. So, as we see here, so Texas being called, that awards 40 votes to Donald Trump. Ohio being called at 17 votes. Again, we have multiple sources here that we look at and compare. The Associated Press has officially called Wyoming for Donald Trump. Wyoming has officially been called for Donald Trump through the AP. Wisconsin would be a big one. Virginia, North Carolina, Virginia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Those would be key states, very, very key states. Yeah, Dallas has been very Democratic for quite a while. They have. Looking here. Yeah, Texas has officially been called. Texas has officially been called. Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania is too early to make a call, according to Fox News. The decision desk is saying that they cannot make the call for Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, or Pennsylvania to call yet. I do know Georgia, Trump is leading hugely. Hugely. Same with North Carolina. North Carolina, he's leading, and still he's gaining traction above Harris in Virginia. Pennsylvania, we're seeing, as I said, I want you guys to go back. I said it, how long have I been live? 45 minutes. Go back about 35 minutes ago. And when I pulled up Pennsylvania, I said what was going to happen. Exactly what's going to happen. I said Pittsburgh's going to be blue. Erie's going to be blue. And the southeastern corner of Pennsylvania is going to be blue. Everyone else is going to be red. Go back. I'm telling you guys, 35 minutes ago, I said exactly this was going to happen. And it's being reported here through the NBC affiliate that 6 polling locations in my county in Pennsylvania had issues with paper ballots, and they have since been resolved. Trump has officially won Ohio. Guys, this is the Democrats' worst nightmare. Where's the smiles? There's no smiles whatsoever. There is no smiles whatsoever. There's none. There is none whatsoever. Also, thank you, Eddie. I appreciate the insight. Pennsylvania here. We're looking here. Obviously, my county, those votes are coming in here. We're seeing a lot of this polling taking place here. It's whoops. Huh, that's weird. Oh, I accidentally messed that up. That's why. Cool. So yeah, you know, we could see here Pennsylvania, which states are, or I should say, which counties are turning red. Exactly like I told you. Exactly like I told you. Wall Street Journal officially called Ohio to the former president Donald Trump. Again, this is a repeat of 2016. I'm making these call outs here, you know, saying it's this, it's this, it's this. That's exactly what happened in 2016. Exactly what happened in 2016. New Mexico is starting to favor the former president, as you guys can see here. That's probably gonna keep continuing as well. I think there's a couple people in the Discord who are in chat right now from New Mexico saying that a lot of that area is red as well. And being in Pennsylvania, I went to the store today. You may laugh. I try to avoid stores as much as possible. Eddie can verify. I don't know the last time me and him went to a Walmart. I went to Walmart today. And I saw a bunch of red. I saw a bunch of MAGA hats. I saw a bunch of people wearing red shirts, red scarves, red everything. And it was a different time. You know, I know some people say it. Felt like 9/12 again. Very patriotic. The amount of people running around with American flags on their vehicles. Just the kinship of the neighborhood. It was a different feeling. It was like you woke up on 9/12 and the neighbors are helping the neighbors. It's, you know, people are loving their country and showing their patriotism. It was very weird of a feeling, because when's the last time you seen that? Again, Ohio has officially been called for the former president, and this now puts him right here. Okay, guys, we're getting reports Louisiana has made an official call for the former president, Donald Trump. Donald Trump has won Louisiana. Again, this is pushing near, closer and closer. Yeah, I do hate stores. Unless it's a hardware store, a car parts store, or a junkyard, I'm not going. Some people are calling for a Trump landslide. I'm telling you guys, if he gets Pennsylvania, Wisconsin here is starting to come in. Reports are coming in for Wisconsin and Minnesota, in addition to Iowa as well. Now, I'm going to say, be very wary of that. Yes, they are red right now. That very well will change as these votes start to get tallied up and counted. That is true, Toto. That is very true. Yes, Orisai. It's very plausible that we will have a red House, you know, the Senate, the House, Congress, and the President being all red, in addition to the Supreme Court of the United States. Yes, OB3, yes, because of that many representatives out there. You know, I think that, again, I look here, guy talking on phone, he looks worried. Guy looking at these guys are looking at the results most likely. Look. There's no happy faces at the Harris rally. Where's one smile? Where's one smile? Over there. Over there. People are having a good time, you know? People are having a good time. Not over there. This is Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump all over again. This is Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump all over again. 2016 proved me wrong. Oh, exactly, Caleb. I don't see Minnesota being red. That's why I was like, it's gonna flip. It's gonna flip, you know. Again, I think that we're definitely going to start to see the walls breaking down. I don't know. There's going to be quite a few people who are losing their mind when they know that Donald Trump very well could be their next president. So many people would lose their mind. Basically, yeah. There's a little change up in Maine and Nebraska because there's that split vote there. And I just want to show this back to you guys here. The poly market, Donald Trump's at 75%. Harris is at 25%. They did not have a strong candidate. The Democrats did not have a strong candidate whatsoever. That change, that last minute change in August with Joe Biden, it really hurt the Democratic Party. Yep. It really screwed them. Rick Scott for the Senate for Florida has been called Republican. What am I missing here? Okay. I was looking here. I thought maybe we may have an update. Taking a look here, Pennsylvania. Harris is losing the lead that she has. Donald Trump is nearing 41%. Harris is dropping down to 58% in Pennsylvania. We take a look at Pennsylvania. The state's turning red. You know, this is not what Harris wanted. Harris was constantly in Pennsylvania campaigning and having these rallies. She canceled the rally last night, which included a free concert at Point State Park in Pittsburgh, and that upset a lot of people. I'm just reading up on all the Discord chats. When I'm looking at my phone, that's what I'm doing. I'm looking at the Discord chats here. Oh my. Things are not looking good for Kamala. Well, so the times have changed. So the mail-in ballots are typically counted first, especially ever since COVID. Those are usually counted first. And mind you, I want you guys to see all of these dark red states have been called. They can't change that. They have already been called for this. They've already been called as the winner. Yeah, you typically will see the Democratic votes come in first and then follow it up by the Republican votes because Republicans will go in and vote in person. I'm not getting any confirmation on New Mexico through any of these as of right now. Between Fox, ABC, 270, and the AP, I'm not seeing anything for New Mexico as of right now. I don't know who made that call. I'm not seeing that call coming across any of the four here. I'm not getting reports on that. Yeah, I'm not getting reports on New Mexico out of all of these. Not getting any reports as of now. Well, yeah, Nuke. I tell you, Fox is calling them before the AP. I have Fox up. I have all pretty much all the sources up, and I don't know what I just did there. I'm not seeing New Mexico getting called for Harris. I'm not seeing that. And I have notifications turned on for everything. I have not heard anything whatsoever. Yeah, we got no confirmation New Mexico has been lost. All we know is that the polls have closed. The polls have closed. Yeah, I'm not getting any reports whatsoever that New Mexico has been lost. Just because Harris leads that does not mean the electors think that. Yeah, so for example, Wyoming, for example, so let me find one here. So for example, this one, or let me find one that's a little bit better. Because there's some that they called it beforehand. Trying to see which one, like Wyoming, there's none reported whatsoever. Just because it's leaning blue doesn't mean that they're gonna call it that. Virginia, again, Donald Trump here. Donald Trump is holding above a 1% lead in Virginia, which is insane. If Virginia was to suddenly flop and turn, that would cripple the Harris campaign. Yeah, I'm not seeing that. Well, yeah, I have everything up over here. Okay, guys, I am starting to get reports that North Carolina has been called for the former president, Donald Trump, awarding 210 votes. Getting reports from 270 to win. Also reports that Virginia has turned to Harris. Putting these alerts out now. We have confirmation that the Battleground state of North Carolina has been awarded to the former president, Donald Trump. Virginia, even though Trump is leading in Virginia, it's been projected that Harris will take the electoral votes, making this 210 for Trump. That is what we are currently looking at. I'll be right back. This is what we currently have up right now through 270 to win. Again, this is based off of the electoral votes. Again, it really depends. This really depends solely up to the electors. That's where this comes in, is at the electors. The electors could say, "Hey, we're gonna call it early. We know we've talked to our constituents, and this is what we're doing." And so they cast their votes early, so they go to bed early. That is very, very plausible. But we have 210 Trump and 95-99 to Harris. And again, we take a look here at that poly market. 75.7% to Donald Trump. Harris at 24.1% to Harris. Trump is starting to take a lot here on that lead. Again, the Associated Press is not making the official call yet. I will say, though, Virginia is still leading very red through the AP. So that's something that we do have to watch for, you know. Yeah, in Pennsylvania is 26% reported here. 26% for Pennsylvania. That lead is again narrowing down. Harris at 55.5%, Donald Trump at 43.5%. Taking a look. The look of worry, the look of fear. If you guys are watching the AP on YouTube, look at this. Look at that. We're not getting any reports whatsoever for Virginia other than the 270 to win. Not quite sure what to think of that. Yeah, so North Carolina, that news is coming out for North Carolina. I haven't exactly heard back on the Virginia side, though. Virginia, I have not heard too much on the Virginia side. Trump taking a massive lead here on that poly market at 78% to 21%. Again, we're almost at 3.4 billion. %79%. Trump taking a 79% here to 21%. People making these last minute bets here. People making these last minute bets. Going back into the Discord here, guys, to read all of your comments. Georgia always takes forever. Georgia always takes forever. Nothing for Fox. Looking at ABC. Nothing for ABC. This is very, very interesting here, guys. I think Georgia may call this for Donald Trump. Virginia, Donald Trump 50.1%, Harris 48.2%. Donald Trump is also starting to take that lead as well here, almost at 80% on poly market. Donald Trump is nearing, in a real-time effort, 80% to 20%. Mind you, people have a lot of money on this bet. A lot of money on this bet. So, the question is, can it go up to 80%? I think we're going to see a very, very big wave come through. Did it crest to 80? Did it hit? It did hit 80. Look at that, guys. It hit 80% for Trump. Can it get above 80? At least 80.1. Yep, there it is. 80.2. No? Look at that, guys. Absolutely a big jump up on that poly market here. We're going back and also watching to see if we have any new updates coming through on this. New Mexico's coming in with a staggering Donald Trump lead. And New Mexico does award 5 electoral votes. So, yes. I'm looking to see here what calls have been made as of now. Ah, so we're starting to get down to the wire here. We already know California is going to turn blue, like usual, which is going to put Harris at a 54 lead to her current poll. Let's see here. We should have some more states making some calls. The AP is not making the call, though. The AP has not made a call on North Carolina or Virginia yet. Fox, as well, is not doing that. You know, as of right now, it's going to appear that Iowa will be turning red. It's very likely, obviously, Utah, Montana, Idaho will as well, in addition to Alaska and Arizona. Right now, it appears that Trump will maintain a lead over Harris, leaving the battleground states of Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia, and Nevada. So it's very, very questionable as to what's going to happen within the next few hours. Oh, man. Apparently, we are waiting to where Donald Trump will most likely crest 200 votes. The call has been made for New Hampshire that Kamala Harris will win the 4 electoral votes for New Hampshire. What happens if they don't get to 270? So Eddie put that forecast into 270 to win. The forecast leaves 66 uncounted votes, meaning that could get split up. There is a chance they could split 269, 269 in the event that it splits at 269 for both. What happens then is it goes before Congress, and basically Congress makes these blind votes. It's a very, very weird and long process that no one wants to see happen. So yeah, no. So right now we are in a holding pattern, basically. We're in a holding pattern, if you will. We're getting a lot of mismatching as well. AP is different than Fox, which is different than ABC, which is different from 270 to win. Minnesota, 1% reported. Yeah, nothing too much. Pennsylvania is at 30%, guys. Ding, 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 ding. Pennsylvania, 30% have been reported in. That lead that everyone thought Harris was having, not anymore. Harris is at 52.5%, and Donald Trump's up her butt at 46.6% here, guys. Like I said, the majority of the state is going to turn very, very red. Very red. So, you could expect to see that lead goes away with this. Sean Hannity is reporting that North Carolina and Georgia will be given to Donald Trump here very soon. So we could see Georgia and obviously North Carolina. It was already called by 270 to win. Nate Cohen is saying that Trump is a narrow but clear favorite to win Georgia and North Carolina. If he does, Harris would need to sweep both Michigan, PA, and Wisconsin to win, which is a real possibility, but a very tall order. With the way Pennsylvania is starting to go, in the event that Donald Trump wins North Carolina and Georgia and Pennsylvania, it makes it nearly impossible for Kamala Harris to be elected as the next president of the United States. It really does come down to the Pennsylvania electoral votes. It does. It simply does. It simply does. Obviously, with 270 to win, Donald Trump is sitting right now. A breaking report coming across that the Philadelphia City Commissioner says that depending on the results, ballot counting could last until tomorrow. Again, this has been a very real possibility that Pennsylvania will not release the total votes until tomorrow. Why? And that is because Pennsylvania is a battleground state. It was there's been countless things happening over the past weeks, including today out in Johnstown in Cambria County, where court orders were requested to extend the voting deadlines. Pennsylvania was under scrutiny, as well as Georgia, for the 2020 election, where voter fraud was a very big concern. Again, guys, we have the AP up on screen right now. Looking at Fox, ABC, and 270 to win, we're not seeing too much of a difference right now between them. I think a lot of places are scared or worried to make a premature call. So we are currently just waiting, and you know, we are getting our reports in. Obviously, the state of New Hampshire has been called for Harris. That happened. We do know that Trump has a very good chance to officially win North Carolina and Georgia. I am going to say, though, that Virginia, that may have been a premature call on the 270 to win. We don't quite know what 270 to win actually saw. We do know Virginia right now is polling about 50 to 48.3, almost a 2% lead for the former president. But there is a couple things here that are still very questionable. So that is what we are currently awaiting on. Obviously, like I said, Pennsylvania is now at 32% reporting. Donald Trump's closing that gap at 47.3 to a 51.9%. States turning red. We're going to see here. It's very possible that the electors may make an early call for Pennsylvania, while the votes will still continue to be counted. That goes for the popularity votes and not for the electoral votes. Two very different things. Again, guys, be sure to check out the Discord, discord.gg/breaking news. There's about 2,000 of you guys in the server. Again, we are waiting here to see if we have any new calls coming in. As these time zones start to jump here, we're going to start seeing in about 15 minutes here, Arizona. The results will start coming in for Arizona, Utah, Nevada, Montana. So we're going to start to see that coming across here. We're just waiting here. Mind you, some of these states could just stay up in the air. into early morning hours, if not tomorrow officially. That's very, very common on election night, especially when that state could determine the next president. Not everything is back to back to back to back. We take a look up here. Same thing. Nothing much. I have not even looked at Twitter. I only want to know who's lying. I want to know. I like the drama. I want to know what people are feeling here. Oh, God. Destiny. Destiny goes, it's over. I'm calling it. Harris wins. Oh, my God. Destiny. Bro made fun of a dead fire chief I knew that was at the Trump rally. Like, what? I can't stand that Destiny dude. He got banned from Twitch. He got banned from YouTube. I wish he'd get banned from X. Just saying it. And again, we are just basically waiting here. A lot of red states. A lot of red states there. Lots of red. Lots of red. Again, we are waiting to see who comes in next. In about 12 minutes, we will start to get some data coming in from Arizona, Utah, Idaho, Arizona, Utah, and Montana. It has been forecasted that Trump will win Montana, Idaho, Utah, likely Iowa, possibly Arizona, and likely Alaska. Again, it really leaves that toss-up here for what's going to happen in Nevada, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. Michigan could go one of two ways. Michigan could go one of two ways. Wisconsin could go one of two ways. Pennsylvania is looking favorable for Trump. Georgia's looking very favorable for Trump here. So we are going to have to wait and see what exactly is going to come of this nature. Okay. Based on the New York Times live election forecast, currently the election leans towards Trump having an electoral college sweep. Based on the current forecast, Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, Arizona, Wisconsin would go to Donald J. Trump. As we take a look here for the chance of winning, 71% chance of victory leaning towards Donald Trump. The Electoral College estimate, the estimate shows that Donald Trump will win with 288 Electoral College votes, making Harris a loser of 250. What we do know is that Trump is up 5 in Georgia. Harris is up 8 in Michigan. Trump is up 3 in North Carolina. Harris is up 4 in Pennsylvania. Wisconsin, Harris is up 4. However, the current forecast does show that Trump has a very favorable chance of winning the re-election. So we're going to have to see here. Pennsylvania is at 35% reporting. Donald Trump nearing a 48%, with Harris at 51%. Very, very close. Virginia, Donald Trump is maintaining a 1.5% lead over Kamala Harris. North Carolina appeared to have been called. If not, it will be very soon, most likely. Something just got called for Donald Trump. What just got called for Trump? What got called for Trump? Something just got called for Trump. What got called? Something got called. What was it? Donald Trump is up points. I don't know what just got called. Something just got... Wyoming. Thank you. Thank you. Wyoming has just been called. Thank you, Josh. I've been looking at that. So Fox News had called Wyoming for a while, for about an hour. Haven't been live that long. They had a call for probably about 35, 45 minutes. So the AP has officially called Wyoming for Donald Trump. Thank you. At 2% reported. So, for example, guys, so Wyoming got called with 2% of report, but Donald Trump's only at 20, or he's at 30%, and Harris is at like 68%. So, yes, Wisconsin here. It's going to be very, very close for Wisconsin. Again, this is going to be a very important election. Very, very important. They are counting the ballots up in New Hampshire right now. They have AP, Associated Press camera, portable in the New Hampshire Bureau of Elections right now. New Mexico is looking to be red. New Mexico is looking to be red. Donald Trump is up 81% to Harris 20%. Donald Trump is winning the poly market insanely. Just insanely here. Just insane. Getting reports that the Republicans they have a 98% chance of controlling the Senate. Republicans will take over the Senate most likely. So, repeating, the Senate will be most likely Republican controlled. And we are waiting to see here the Arizona, Utah, Montana. Those results will start to come in very, very soon. Yes, I told you guys, Pennsylvania. Donald Trump, Kamala Harris, 50.4%. Donald Trump, 48.7%. I said, guys, that yeah, you're going to have a bunch of Democratic votes that were through the mail-in ballots and in early voting. Mostly were Democrats. However, on election day, the majority of Republicans will go out to those polls. The dude got shot in Butler, Pennsylvania, 15 minutes from me. So yeah, you know, I think Pennsylvania's gonna turn red for the dude. I mean, if he got shot in my hometown too, I'd vote for him. Even if I was a Democrat, I'd be like, man, I'm sorry these people did this to you. Here's a vote for me, you know? It's a sympathy vote. We are waiting to see here. ABC is really waiting to call theirs. Nothing new there. Okay. Yeah, you look like me there, Orsa. You look like me. I'm looking at so many different ones. I'm like, what the heck? What am I doing? I swear I hear thunder. I'm gonna get a photo here. Actually, let me do a pano. That way you guys can see what I all look at. Okay, so. Yeah, there's that there. So, there we go. So, CNN here is saying that early wins are no bellwether. They think that, oh, well, just because you win early, all these votes doesn't mean anything. Huh. It's going to be very interesting here. Guys, Pennsylvania, ding, 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 Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris, 49.7%. Donald Trump, 49.4%. They are 49.6 to 49.5. They are now within 5,000 votes. 0.1% away for PA. 0.1. 0.1. 5,000 votes is the only difference now in Pennsylvania. Koya, what's up, bud? How are you? Pennsylvania is now red. Donald Trump has taken the lead of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Someone, Eddie, do a call out here. Trump is now leading in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Donald Trump is leading in Wisconsin. At 35% reported, Donald Trump could take Wisconsin. Getting reports that Donald Trump has been projected to win Utah and Nevada. The call has been made for Utah. Utah has dedicated 60 electoral votes to Donald Trump. Nevada will be matching them at 6 additional votes to Donald J. Trump. Donald Trump has also taken the lead and will continue as Pennsylvania is at 42% reporting. Donald Trump is now over 200 electoral votes through Fox. According to 270 to win, Donald Trump is at 220. Again, according to 270 to win, Donald Trump is at 220. This does not include the Nevada vote, possibly even Virginia, possibly Georgia, possibly Wisconsin, possibly Pennsylvania. That is a lot of red that you guys are seeing here. That is a lot of red on your screen. People are praying at the Kamala Harris rally. People are praying at the Kamala Harris rally. The Harris rally knows that they're in the shit. I'm saying it as it is. This was the red wave that people said was going to happen. This was the red wave. Does anyone, should we call a welfare check on Harry Sisson? Harry Sisson, 43 minutes ago. Kamala Harris's best chance for presidency is now through Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Nevada. Pennsylvania. Again, it's going to be back to back. Donald Trump will continue to take the lead, though, once again in Pennsylvania as the polls continue to come in. As you guys see, the majority of the state is very, very red. Wisconsin, Donald Trump maintains a lead. New Mexico, Donald Trump maintains a lead. In Arizona, Donald Trump maintains a lead. Georgia, Donald Trump maintains a lead. North Carolina, Donald Trump maintains a lead. Virginia, Donald Trump is maintaining a lead. I think Harry knows that it is over for him. All of that money that he was paid through the DNC is going to shit. Donald Trump is up Almost 5 million votes. Almost 5 million votes. This is going to be very interesting. What about the House and Senate? So the Senate, Republicans are at 43. You got to get to 50. Democrats, 34. For the House, you got to have 218. The Republicans are at 133. Democrats are at 85. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump has taken the lead once again, jumping up 0.5%, which is 17,000 votes. I have a feeling we may see another state getting called soon. I have a feeling. I have a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. Again, Trump is taking the lead in Wisconsin. In Iowa, Donald Trump is taking the lead as well. Look at these people biting their nails. Look at these people biting their nails. 1, 2. There's 2 people. They're literally biting their nails. Not one smile. Not one smile. There's what appears to be a Palestinian flag in the background. Disgust over all of their faces. Disgust. This is 2016 all over again. This is 2016 all over again, if I've ever seen it. I'll be right back. Yes, Montana did make the call. Nevada has also reportedly made the call as well. The AP has called Montana. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump maintains a lead of over 1%. I try to do math on the fly. It's 1.3%. He has a 1.3%. Again, looking to see Iowa. According to 270 to win, Iowa has been called for Donald J. Trump. Thank you very much, Eddie, for that. You know, so Virginia, Donald Trump is leading in Virginia. Now, 270 to win. Something was telling them that the electors were going to go with a Democrat. I don't know how accurate that is. I don't know how accurate that was. But he is leading. He's very much leading. We may have an early election, an early call to the election. Now, I'm going to tell you, given the circumstances, I don't think that he's going to take... I'm sorry, I'm going to correct myself there. I don't think Harris is going to take this well. OSINT Defender says, despite Virginia having been called by some decision desks for Vice President Kamala Harris and North Carolina being called for some of Trump, both of the races seem too early to actually call. So the news, AP's the news, they make calls based off of what they feel is best. Now, some have stated North Carolina is going to Trump and some Virginia is going to Harris. It's not officially accurate. Now, I will say that the Associated Press is kind of like the all-seeing eye. If it doesn't come from the AP, it's not 100% factual. Fox has their own, NBC, New York Times, all of this. They have their own, but the one that the official government of elections kind of works with is the AP, which is what you see on your screen right now. So that is something I do want to point out, though, that the AP is the one who calls the race at the very end. They're Associated Press. They're not usually wrong. It's going to be interesting how this plays out. Donald Trump is officially over 5 million votes ahead of Kamala Harris, which he may win that popularity vote. The AP has not called Washington, D.C. yet, which is going to be Harris. The AP has not called New Hampshire, which is most likely going to be Harris. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is almost up 2% over Pennsylvania, which was very unexpected. Excuse me. Which was very unexpected. Now, Trump going to New York and everything, that was a little different. He may, you know, the whole popularity vote thing, it'd be interesting to see if the turnout actually did happen. OB3, that's what I was saying earlier. It would be very funny. It would be very funny as if Trump could get to 270 before California casts their electoral votes. It would be very, very funny if that's the case. Right now, I will tell you, CNN, they are talking about Virginia and they are talking about Georgia. Yes. They are talking about Virginia and they are talking here about Georgia. It's going to be very, very interesting. CNN has just made a call for what appears to be another state for Donald Trump. I don't know which one that CNN has made a call for, but he went up 6 points unless they're... I'm not too sure. I just saw them come in with an additional 6 points for Donald Trump. Not too sure which one that was. Caleb, that's what I feel. I think this is going to be a very rude awakening to Kamala Harris. Now, Wisconsin is, it's neck and neck. You know, Pennsylvania, he's pulling in over a 2% lead. He's at 2.1% lead right now. And Pennsylvania is officially at 50% fully reported. It's going to be very, very interesting to see what we have. Pennsylvania, you know, what we need to do is... look at see if we can look at this. We need to see the counties of Pennsylvania, and so Pittsburgh is at 74%. Philadelphia is at 50%. Looking over here. So we're gonna have to wait and see here exactly how this is going to play out. Current update. Ding, 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 ding. Current update through the New York Times. New York Times is suggesting that Donald Trump has a 78% chance of winning with 293 to 245. According to the New York Times, they feel that Donald Trump is going to be... Hold on, let me... Correction. That's a correction. It's actually a little different. 295 to 243. 295, I misspoke. 295 to 243. Georgia, likely Trump. North Carolina, likely Trump. Pennsylvania, Trump is up 2%. This is going to be very interesting. This is going to be extremely interesting. And I do want to point out, guys, Poly Market, Trump is at 90.1% and Kamala Harris is at 9.8%. Right now, we're working with billions of dollars, and it's less than a 10%. America thinks that Donald Trump will win at 90%. Kamala is hovering just at 10% or less. Looking here to see. Elon Musk is currently in the... Oh, he had his space he hosted. I'm not sure who made the call for Iowa. Who made the official call for Iowa? Who called Iowa? Because I don't see that on the AP. Yeah, who called Iowa? Whoops. NBC? Cool, thank you. Let me take a look. NBC has, thank you, yes. NBC has officially called Iowa for Donald J. Trump. NBC is calling Iowa for Trump. Thank you, Josh. Oh, I guarantee you, Caleb. I guarantee you, they're gonna blame it. They're gonna blame cheats and hacks and all this. Look, Republicans are having a good time. Democrats are over here panicking. So Nebraska's already been called. So Donald Trump has won Nebraska. Nebraska is secured for Donald Trump. Donald Trump is nearing on almost 100,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania. So this is getting very, very interesting here, guys. Georgia, there's reportedly a huge batch of votes about to be posted in the battleground state of Georgia, possibly Gwinnett County. So it's going to be very interesting here how we see Georgia play out. Georgia's at 82% reported with a Donald Trump lead of 200,000 votes. North Carolina is at a 73% reported with almost a 240,000 lead for Donald Trump. Virginia is at a 66% reporting with a mere 21,000 vote lead. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump leads by 70,000 votes. DC has been called for Kamala Harris, which is a given. It's a very small area. Polls will close in 36 minutes. And we should start to get results very soon. Nevada was reportedly being called for Donald Trump as well. Currently awaiting that confirmation as well. And I look at everything everyone sends me. I do look at everything everyone sends me. Virginia is at 67% reporting with just a 14 to 15,000 vote difference. We will see what happens with Virginia. Iowa appears to be for Donald Trump here. We're just currently awaiting some confirmation out of that. But we do know Pennsylvania appears to be a lead for Donald Trump by almost 100,000. Georgia, yes, Georgia. I don't think there's going to be any funny business with this here. I think that they learned their lesson from last year. No funny business. Get your job done. Get the results in. Post it. $50.49 for Arizona. It's less than 1%, and they're at 48%. That could change. New Mexico's at 29% reporting. We'll have to wait and see what's going on with that. Bet Harry Sisson is over there scrambling right now. Again, Iowa, Donald Trump should receive the 6 electoral votes for Iowa. He should also receive the 6 electoral votes for Nevada. Kansas should have already been called for him as well. North Carolina, he should get this with 16 electoral votes. Georgia is narrowing down. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is maintaining what will be almost a 3% lead in Pennsylvania. I feel like I keep saying Donald Trump is winning this. He's winning this. It's very, very true. Harry Sisson is just going on a rant on TikTok. He's losing it. Look at the past 2 hours. He is losing it. Harry Sisson is officially losing it. Trump maintains the lead in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. When looking at Virginia, there is about a 16,000 vote difference here. We have been gambling on it, thinking that it's going to be going to blue anyways. Thank you for the NYT update. I'm going to take a peek. New York Times is suggesting that Donald Trump has an 82% chance of a landslide of 296 to 242. And the New York Times is pretty damn accurate. The polls have been closed in all battleground states. Trump has been projected to win Georgia. Ding, 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 ding. Getting reports here that Georgia will be called most likely for Donald Trump. The battleground state for 16 electoral votes from Georgia will most likely be going to Donald Trump. Decision Desk HQ, DDHQ, has projected the winner of Georgia to Donald J. Trump for 16 electoral votes. I'm glad that there was no hanky-panky this year. Nevada has reportedly made the call for Donald Trump as well. Trump leading Pennsylvania here with a 3% lead. It's going to be hell for Harris to win this. It is going to be hell as Donald Trump leads in Wisconsin, Iowa, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Kansas, and Arizona. Donald Trump is reportedly at 242. Donald Trump could win this before California casts their vote. Thank you, Josh. Donald Trump could win this before California even casts their vote. This is a landslide. Wow. Wow. All of the people saying how, oh no, this ain't gonna happen. Oh no, this ain't gonna, that's absolute, wow. Just wow. It's just, that's all I gotta say is wow. Several people are typing. The Republicans have gained control of the Senate reportedly. We're gonna have to see here. Let's see. Did they get control of the Senate officially? Oh, guys, the Senate, the Senate. Oh man, guys, this is insane. Just wow. Trump is leading in Wisconsin, Iowa, Kansas, New Mexico, now New Mexico, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. A lot of the battleground states is going to most likely end up in the hands of Donald Trump. $16 have flipped from 2020. 16 have flipped for the Republicans. Just wow. What's up, Matt? How are you, buddy? How are you doing? What's up? I know it's been a long time. It's been a long time. ABC News here, guys. ABC has Trump at 201, Harris at 91. It's getting close. It's getting very close here to the very end. It's early in the night, but the states are casting their votes. The states are casting. NBC has Trump at 210, and this was without the Decision Desk HQ here. Trump now has, if you guys are in the Discord, Trump now has an 84% chance of a landslide, winning at 297 to Harris's 241. Again, Trump is leading in Pennsylvania by over 100,000 votes. In North Carolina, Trump has led for 129,000 votes. Georgia has been the projected winner for Donald Trump here, as he's nearing on 200,000 vote lead. In Virginia, Donald Trump just falls shy of 17,000 votes, which is not much here. So we take a look behind us. Not much happiness from the Harris's campaign rally. Not much happiness is coming out of that. Iowa has been called by the Fox News Decision Desk for Donald Trump. Iowa has been called by Fox, ABC, NBC, Decision Desk HQ, and 270 to win Iowa to Donald Trump. I did, Zach. I copied from Eddie. I copied from Eddie. I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say. I can't say that over live stream, but I can put that in that. Oh, guys. So, yes. Her only way of winning is sweeping the blue wall state's not going to happen now. Not at all. Not at all. Oh, man. I haven't been streaming. I really haven't been streaming. I've been busy. I've been very, very busy living life. CNN has officially placed Donald Trump at 207 and Kamala Harris at 97. We are getting down to the wire, guys. We are getting down to the wire. So Fox News is saying it's too early to call Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina, and several others. However, Decision Desk HQ has already called Nevada, Georgia, and North Carolina for Donald Trump. So we're going to see a bit of a change up here very soon, I believe. Donald Trump, according to the New York Times, ding, 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 Donald Trump here has an 88% chance of victory, a likely, no longer a leaning chance, but a likely chance of winning in a landslide. What site is best for viewing the election results? Watching my stream. I am pulling this in from multiple different sources here, credible sources, and doing a comparison of all. I am going to say, though, guys, the poly market. Poly market, Donald Trump's at almost 93%. Kamala is less than 8% away. I'm telling you guys, I'm telling you here, Donald Trump here, guys, 210, according to the Associated Press. The AP has called Nebraska and Iowa for Donald Trump. In Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is up almost 120,000 votes. He's even leading in Michigan. Donald Trump is leading by 15,000 in Michigan. While he is slipping away in Virginia, he is gaining traction in Michigan, obviously North Carolina and Georgia, Wisconsin. Donald Trump is up about 21,000 votes. Minnesota, don't really count it because we know what's going to happen up there, but he is leading there, and there is a close tie in Arizona right now. We are just waiting here in 15 minutes when the polls begin to close on the West Coast. Reportedly, Idaho, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina will be given to Donald Trump. Yeah, Matt, it would be that's the thing. I don't like this split toss-up, you know, of, oh, well, they have this control, then they lose it in this. If it's a clean sweep, that secures at least 2 years. At least 2 years of full control, which is insane. It's absolutely insane. The Senate, though. The Senate, 48. They only need 2 more votes to go. 2 more votes to go. For the House, there's still a lot of room there. There's still a lot of room, but it's looking mostly red. For the House of Representatives, it's looking mostly red here. So we're going to see how that plays through. CNN has projected that Trump will win Kansas and Iowa. "13 minutes. 13 minutes here. We look behind us. Harris breaks out the American flags, dancing and partying at Trump headquarters. Goes to show the difference in what's going to happen here, guys. He does look a bit like Charlie. He does. Pennsylvania here, still a 3% lead for Donald Trump. We're going to start to see some new stuff coming in right now. New York Times pulls back a bit on an 87% chance of victory. Donald Trump nearing 300 on the projected Electoral College. The New York Times feels that Trump could win at 299, meaning that Arizona is leaning Trump. Georgia is very likely Trump. Michigan leans Trump. North Carolina, very likely Trump. Wisconsin is leaning for Trump. Decision Desk HQ, Donald Trump has a 78% chance to win the presidency for re-election. Everything is going in the favor of Donald Trump. He's currently outperforming his 2016 numbers by a landslide. We are going to see a very, very different outcome that most people don't realize. With more than half the vote reporting, Donald Trump has a 63% chance to flip Wisconsin to win it. The approach that the Trump campaign did this year with targeting very specific voters, and it wasn't even through advertising, it was different means, has worked extremely well. What we are seeing here... Okay, so Decision Desk HQ is reporting for Pennsylvania. Donald Trump is at 2.23 million votes. Harris is at 2.11 million votes with nearly a 3% lead over Harris. Yes, AP has Trump at 210, yes. We're awaiting North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania. We are awaiting those. We are awaiting those. Georgia's votes. Georgia should be called soon for Trump. That'll give 16 votes, making that 226, with an additional from North Carolina would put him at 242. Now, if he was to secure Pennsylvania that quick, that would put him at 261 votes. With Nevada most likely going to Trump, that would be 267, meaning he would just have to win one more. At 267, Alaska would very likely be Republican, putting him at 270 to win. However, we can't forget about Idaho, which would be putting him at 271 automatically, plus the additional 3 from Alaska at 274 if he was to secure Pennsylvania as well. Right now, we pretty much need, for the Republican side of this, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania. If he can secure Wisconsin as well, that would just be an extra fork in Harris's back. Be right back. Again, we are just awaiting more states to come in here, guys. We're just awaiting more states. New York Times still checking. They believe it will be 298 to 240. 298 to 240. Everything is leaning to be a Trump victory. Everything is leaning to be a Trump victory. Now, we do know here that the results will be coming in 7 minutes for Idaho, which will most likely be going to Donald Trump. Results will be soon for Nevada, which is projected to be Donald Trump. Arizona is still very close at 3,000 votes away from each other. And Alaska will be in about 2 hours. Harris is being blown out of the water on Polymarket. Polymarket puts Donald Trump at 94% basically, and Kamala Harris at 6%. These are people betting very big money on who is going to win the presidency. A lot is showing this has been very accurate. The Polymarket has been very, very accurate. Decision Desk HQ projects Republican Jeff Crank will win the U.S. House election in Colorado's 5th Congressional District. As we take a look at the Senate here, guys. As we take a look at the Senate, we're getting very, very, very close. Whoever can make it to 50 will win the majority here. Whoever will make it to 50 will win the majority. Mind you, Texas, Ted Cruz has not been fully confirmed yet, but it's most likely going to be Ted Cruz. He's almost 1 million votes ahead, meaning that the Senate will be Republican controlled. While looking at the House, there is still a lot to come into. There is still a lot to come into. Unconfirmed reports here is that the Harris campaign is reportedly preparing a concession speech. That's awesome, Matt. Fox News has made an additional call, putting Trump at 212. 212. Again, there's unconfirmed reports here that the Harris campaign is currently drafting a concession speech. Again, guys, I always appreciate the support. I apologize for not being more active ever since the whole TikTok ban. It was like, I thought of it today. I was like, a way to compare. It's like you build a house. It takes you a year to build a house, and you finally move in, and all of a sudden, the government goes, "Oh wait, you wasn't allowed to build on this land. We're evicting you and taking your house from you." That's how it felt like to me. So all the super chats and stuff like that, super much appreciated. You know, I think I get a random payout on TikTok for like $6 a month. It's super, super, super ridiculous now. So any super chats is super, super appreciative here. And I want to be more active. It's just I can't be more active if, you know, gotta pay the bills. Harris is currently underrunning Biden all across the board, no matter the region or the demographic. So that was from Steve Lookner. The people were comparing the polls from 2020 with Biden and how he was doing much, much better than Harris. It's just really not up to par this year. It's just really not up to par whatsoever. Okay, guys, polls. We're going to be getting some more info coming in soon. Going to be a bunch of Trump word salad in her speech or a good old poor me. Oh, always. Always. Okay, guys, New York Times. New York Times is now suggesting Trump will crest over 300 and will win 301 to 237. In every swing state here, Donald Trump is leading. Through the New York Times, Donald Trump is leading every single state. For the swing states. For those swing states. He is leading. He is leading. Yeah, Matt, I saw that. So, you guys are looking here. So, they're currently counting the ballots up here. They're currently counting ballots in Pennsylvania. This is the Pennsylvania ballots up here. The ones in the red vest that you guys can partly see, those are the poll watchers. They are the ones who are counting and making sure that everything is legit and they're being counted. Down here is the Harris campaign. No enthusiasm. No enthusiasm whatsoever. And over here are the businessmen. Those are the businessmen. Because at the end of the day, it comes down to business. This was all business. Getting reports from Decision Desk HQ here. Harris is projected to win California at 11 p.m. We know that. Harris has always been projected to win California. That is nothing new whatsoever. Nothing new whatsoever. The polls have closed in California, Idaho, Nevada, and Utah. Right now, we're kind of just waiting for the official confirmation here for Idaho. CNN is calling Idaho to be Donald Trump. CNN has made the call for Idaho to be Donald Trump and California to be Kamala Harris. Fox News has called Washington and Oregon to be Kamala Harris. At close, Washington, Oregon, and California has been called by the Fox Decision Desk. The Associated Press has called California and Washington to be Kamala Harris. That's a given, though. We knew that they were going to do that. It's no worries to us. I think we all knew that they were going to be given to Harris anyways. Fox News has Harris at 193 and Trump to 216. The AP has called Idaho for Donald Trump. Currently, Georgia, Donald Trump is leading Georgia by almost 140,000 votes. North Carolina, Donald Trump is leading by 3% with a lead of almost 140,000 votes. In Pennsylvania, Donald Trump leads at 3%, putting him above 130,000 votes here. In Virginia, Kamala Harris is leading by about 58,000 votes. Wisconsin, Donald Trump is leading by about 30,000 votes, a little more. In Minnesota, Donald Trump is leading as well. In Michigan, Donald Trump leads. So looking at this map here, if Donald Trump wins Georgia, that'll put him at 230. Plus, if he also wins North Carolina, that puts him at 246. If he wins Pennsylvania, that would put him at 265. If he wins Nevada, that would put him at 271, winning him. Donald Trump, yeah, he is a little over 6 million in the popular vote there, OB3. Georgia has been, the projected winner for Georgia through Decision Desk HQ has been Donald Trump. North Carolina, I believe, as well. Currently looking at the New York Times. New York Times, Donald Trump, 88% chance of winning with a 300 electoral college estimate. Again, he is still leading in all of the swing states. Again, Pennsylvania, as I told you here, Pennsylvania. The Republicans have taken control of the Senate. The Republicans have taken control of the Senate, according to 270 to win. While looking at the House here, they are narrowing down. They are narrowing down very, very closely. All poll stations and voting has been closed in the lower 48 states. All polling is done for the lower 48 states. So we're currently waiting here. Wisconsin is going to be close. Georgia should be making a call very soon. North Carolina should be making a call very soon. And Pennsylvania, the electors they hopefully should be making a call very, very soon. Yes, all online sites are different. All online sites, because they're run by news organizations, and they think they suggest, like, they're like guessing what is the best outcome based upon what they know. Oh yeah, Kevin O'Leary is a big Trump supporter. Yes. New York Times updated 301 to 237. Again, the lead for Donald Trump is nearing 4% in Pennsylvania. It is nearing 4% in Pennsylvania. Donald Trump currently is winning with the popular vote. The Trump campaign rally is still very down to business. Panic is setting in for the Harris campaign rally. People on their phones, people looking up in shock like that guy right there. The numbers are coming in, and the Harris campaign is not liking it whatsoever. We're getting reports here. We could have a press conference here soon with Donald Trump from Mar-a-Lago. I don't know how accurate that is. That's what we are seeing on our side here, that we could potentially have going on, is a press conference with Trump here soon. Again, Donald Trump is trying to narrow down with a 4% lead in Pennsylvania, which would secure him 19 electoral votes. North Carolina here with 16. Georgia with 16. That would add a very, very big jump. Decision Desk HQ saying that Connecticut has been called for Kamala Harris. Republican Bernie Moreno wins the U.S. Senate race in Ohio. Nevada should be coming up very, very soon. Nevada should be coming up very soon. Projected to win for Donald Trump. Donald Trump is up 3% in Georgia. Michigan, 5% for Trump. North Carolina, 3%. 4% for Pennsylvania. Wisconsin, 3%. These swing states, Donald Trump is leaning or is very likely to win. Oh my God. You gotta love some of these comments from the Democrats on Twitter bashing people. I can't. I can't. New York Times updating the 89% chance of winning for Donald Trump. Oh, wow. CNN is currently in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, which is about 35 minutes from my studio here, where they are unloading more ballot boxes. Okay, we are getting reports that the Harris campaign has shut off all access to the news media. Correct, yes. Louisiana, yes. Yeah, Louisiana called very early on that it was all the majority. Preacher, what's up? Hello, hello, Preacher. How are you? So the Harris campaign has seized all communications to all news media outlets. It does not look good for Harris. In Pennsylvania, 74% of the votes are in. Presidential Donald J. Trump, 2.7 million votes, 51.1%. Kamala Harris, 2.53 million votes, 48%. Trump leads with 3% in Pennsylvania here. Georgia is reportedly at 95% of the votes in. Donald Trump leading by 136,000 votes. Georgia is 95% in. New Mexico is at 73% in. Wisconsin, 66% in. Pennsylvania, 76% in. North Carolina has been called by the Associated Press. Thank you, Orsai. North Carolina, ding, ding, ding. North Carolina called by the Associated Press for Donald Trump. Thank you, Josh and Orsai. Thank you. In the event that Trump wins Georgia, in the event Donald Trump wins Georgia, that would place him at 246. If he wins Pennsylvania, that's 265. Now, the question is, could he get Nevada, which would get him the additional 6 votes to get to 271? Could he get Arizona? Arizona would award him 11 votes. Or could he even possibly, wouldn't help him in this instance, but if he was to get Alaska, that would only be 3 votes and get him at 268. So right now, he pretty much has to get Georgia, Pennsylvania, and another big state, whether it's Nevada or Arizona. At this point, I don't see where there could be a tie at 269 and 269. I do not see that. Getting reports 3 minutes ago that Georgia's Fulton County, which was the prime area of the voter election fraud scandal from the 2020 election, they are close to having all votes reported to where there's none that are going to come in at 2 a.m. like last time. Georgia is now reportedly 94% votes in, which was 95, now 94. New York Times is citing a 90% chance of victory for Donald Trump. North Carolina has officially been called. We're awaiting to see what other battleground states could make a call here very, very soon. Donald Trump with 94% on Polly Market and Kamala Harris at 5%. The odds are even getting slimmer here that Harris could win this. It is getting extremely, extremely slim. CNN going on about Pennsylvania. All eyes are on the state of the studio here, Pennsylvania. The amount of money that was wasted by the Harris campaign here is just astronomical. Astronomical. In Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is going to be leading very soon by 200,000 votes. Donald Trump could win an additional point, however, in Nebraska, which is a very likely chance. In Maine, Donald Trump will most likely snag an additional spot in Maine, giving him an additional 2 points. So, in the event at 265, if he gets those 2 additional, 1 from Maine and 1 from Nebraska, all he would need is Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Alaska. So at 230, if he picks up these other 2 straggling votes, while also getting Georgia, which is going to give him 16 points, plus an additional 19 from Pennsylvania, all he needs is Alaska, which is most likely always Republican, and to get 270. So the gamble is now on Georgia and Pennsylvania. If he can secure Georgia and Pennsylvania, then he would not even need Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin. He could secure this. However, if he was to get at least one of those, either Wisconsin or Arizona, in addition to Pennsylvania and Georgia, that would put him well over the top needed to become the re-elected president. Georgia is at over 95% of the votes in, with a very likely here. I believe they're going to call Georgia momentarily, guys. The Electoral College, through the New York Times, is suggesting that Donald Trump could win 302 to 236. AP calling Washington and Oregon for Kamala Harris. In Pennsylvania, he is 3.3% ahead. 3.3% ahead. Pennsylvania at 77% votes in, leaning to the Republican. Wisconsin, 68% of the votes are in, leaning to the Republicans. Arizona, 53% of the votes are in, leaning Republican. Michigan is actually leading in the Republican. There is a toss-up in Minnesota as Donald Trump leads at 61%. ABC News is refraining from calling North Carolina early for Donald Trump. Still awaiting here to see. Georgia should be called here very, very soon. Georgia should be called very soon as it's been deemed very likely for Trump. Pennsylvania, again, continuing to lean to the Republicans. It's looking very, very well for Trump. Yes, it is looking very well for Trump. Everything appears to be going in his favor. Everything appears to be going in his favor here to win this. Pennsylvania here. Pennsylvania has 78% of the votes in, 51 to 48%. Donald Trump is leading by about 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania. Yeah, Georgia is above 95. They are basically done very soon counting the votes. Very, very close to being done fully. Trump loses the lead in Minnesota as we expected. It was expected to be leaning towards the Democrats, which it is. New Mexico is likely Democrat. However, it's still very close, but Arizona is leaning to the Republicans, holding on by a 2,000 vote lead. Trump is likely to win Alaska. Donald Trump is still leading by 4.7 million votes on the popular vote. 4.7 million. Nevada. So, Nevada says counting usually takes days, but new technology and rules could speed up reporting. Postmarked ballots are allowed to arrive up to 4 days after the election on November 9th for Nevada. Kamala Harris has won New Mexico, is what's coming out now. Kamala Harris has won New Mexico, and that just got updated, reported by the AP. This was anticipated. New Mexico was anticipated. However, Trump is expected to win Arizona, Georgia, and likely Pennsylvania. Arizona is 11 votes as well. So if Trump can secure Georgia here, so again with Georgia, he would be placed at 246. With Pennsylvania, that would be 19 points. That would put him at 265. If he was to get Arizona, that would put him at 276. Let's say in the event here that he does not get Pennsylvania, but he gets Georgia, which is very likely, and he also gets Arizona, that would put him at 257, meaning that he would have to still get Alaska, which is 3 points, and Wisconsin, which is 10 points, which would put him at 270. The New York Times is still anticipating, even after those calls being made, that Trump has an 89% victory with 299 electoral votes. Again, Donald Trump maintains the lead over Harris in both Pennsylvania and Georgia, which are about 3% in each. Pennsylvania is at 81% full votes counted. Georgia nearing 100%. So if Trump was to win Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Alaska, that would still put him at 2 votes short. However, there's still the seat in Nevada, and there's still the seat in Maine that he will most likely win, which will put him at 270. It's as long as he gets those additional seats, those 2 additional seats. Those 2 additional seats. If he can get those 2 additional seats there, that is where that comes in, which is Maine 2 and Nebraska 1. Nebraska 1 and Maine 2 would give those 2 additional points, so it would be good. So if he got those 2 seats plus Alaska, Georgia, Pennsylvania, he wins. It's a good question. Very good question. Still, a lot of panic ensuing over at the Harris rally here. Not much showing. NBC is calling Virginia for Harris. That was anticipated through 270 to win for hours now. So that is nothing new at all. 270 to win has shown her winning Virginia for a while. So nothing new on that. Correct, OB3, yes. Yes. Trump is leading in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, very likely Georgia, leading in Arizona as well. The Harris lead is also falling. Well, she never had a lead, but what percentage she did have on Polymarket is going to pure shit. It's 3.8% with 95.2 or 0.3 now for Trump. High optimism that the AP has just called Virginia for Harris. The AP has just called Virginia for Harris. Trump will likely be called for Pennsylvania and Georgia here very soon. Fox has. I just saw that. Yes, Fox has called that. It would have been nice if Trump could have gotten Virginia as well. If Trump could have gotten Virginia, when will the Pennsylvania polls be over? So the polls are over for Pennsylvania. They have been. They are at 82%. 82% tallied up and counted. The amount is still dropping for Harris as Trump's at it's 96.5 and Harris is at 3.4% on Polymarket. All we need is to start getting some new calls coming in here. We just need some more calls to come in from a couple big states. If we can get a call in from Pennsylvania and Georgia, that will really put the fire under the butts. It'll really, really start to get this turned up and heated here. And Donald Trump maintains a 3% lead. We're going to go over this. Arizona, he is up 0.38%. Georgia, he's up 3%. Michigan, he's up 5%. Pennsylvania, he's up 4%. Wisconsin, he's up 3%. Yeah, a lot of the U.S. is lit up red, yes. Next up here should be Georgia, followed by Pennsylvania, followed by Wisconsin. This is where it comes down to the literal wire. Donald Trump, according to DDHQ, which is Decision Desk Headquarters, He has a 87% chance of winning this. 87% chance here. Decision Desk HQ has called Georgia for Donald Trump. Decision Desk HQ has called Georgia for Donald Trump. Nevada, they take a weird while. I don't know why. They take a weird while. Decision Desk HQ. Donald Trump has won the main CD02. That gave him an additional point as well. A safety point, if you will. Confirmed by Fox News as well. Donald Trump has won one seat in the main election. He has won one seat. Currently, he is up by over 4 million votes on the popular vote. New York Times has stated that Donald Trump has a 91% chance of winning. That has been upgraded to a 91% with a 301 to a 237. New York Times, as of currently, is feeling that Trump will win Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin as of right now. Yeah, there's no one smiling whatsoever. There's no one happy. There's no one smiling at all. None. None at all. None at all. Trump wins North Carolina, yes. Pennsylvania. Dave McCormick here is leading by 120,000. Trump officially at 97% chance here on the Poly Market bet site. Republicans have been projected to take control of the Senate. Here, and as you guys can see, that is called by the AP that the GOP has taken control of the Senate. The House is still a little too early to call, though. The House is too early to call. Got to get to 218. Yeah, New York Times is really big on Trump winning this. Very, very big. Floating between the 89 and 91%. Trump is continuing to lead. Again, 0.38% on Arizona. Georgia's up 2%. Michigan's up 5%. Pennsylvania up 4%. Wisconsin up 4%. So, according to Fox News, Donald Trump's at 232. If he wins Georgia, that'll put him at 248. If he wins Pennsylvania, he's at 267. He has a good chance in Nevada. They're usually red. Same with Alaska. Either one would make him the winner. Partying over here at the GOP. Harris, panic. Panic, panic, panic over here. Pennsylvania is at 83% total votes. No, the New York Times, a lot of it's database. It's all analytics and database. So that's all. Trump is leading by over 4 million on the popular vote. Long lines remain for voters at Student Union at the University of Nevada. Getting reports that the Harris campaign just shut off the sound on the TVs at her watch party and replaced it with music after a guest on CNN said tonight felt more like 2016 than 2020. The crowd has significantly thinned here and the mood feels seriously downcast. As you can see here, CNN is talking bad. Is talking bad on the Harris campaign. CNN is projecting that Trump won 3 electoral votes in Nebraska. This is very, very interesting here how this is going. Pennsylvania, again, Trump is still continuing to lead. Right now, we're just watching the data. We're just watching the data. Kamala Harris has won Hawaii. Getting reports here that Harris has won Hawaii. The AP has called Hawaii for Harris. again, the GOP, the Republicans have won the Senate, and they're getting near the House. Trump is maintaining about 160,000 vote lead, 50.9% to 48.1% for Pennsylvania, with 83% votes in. Was that the one that they needed for that? Yeah, man, that is interesting that they don't have any electoral votes. I'm kind of shocked about that, honestly, if you want my opinion. So, Republicans are projected officially by Fox News to take control of the Senate. They're officially going to be taking the Senate control. Arizona, Trump has increased his lead by 0.5% total. At Georgia, he's up 2%, leaned very likely for Trump. Michigan is up 5%, leaning for Trump. Pennsylvania is up 3%, leaning for Trump. And Wisconsin is up 4%, leaning for Trump. At this point of the night, it is the same story in state after state. Trump is hitting or exceeding his benchmarks in counties where 95% of the vote is in. That is a live expert analysis through CNN. That CNN is saying that Trump is hitting or exceeding in every single state, in every single county where all of the votes are in. And officially, the GOP has the Senate. So the good news is, guys, it looks like for the majority here of Pennsylvania, here, like for Pittsburgh, over 95% of the votes are in. So all those Allegheny County votes that came in, I think it's safe to say that Pennsylvania could be called for Donald Trump here. You know, even with Philadelphia, you know, you're looking at Philadelphia, 86% of the votes are in. They're not even near 1 million. I think that that's pretty safe there. I think it's pretty safe for them to call Pennsylvania here. A lot of the votes are in, so it's not like there's going to be any surprises coming up. I think that that is going to be that. We're just waiting on another battleground state pretty much to make the call. And then they'll start to put the fire under them. I'm kind of curious here. Interesting. In Wisconsin, Donald Trump is at 51.1%. Kamala Harris is at 47.4%. 79% in. Did the Republicans win the House? Did they win House? Because they got to have 218 for House. Did they win House? It's close. It's getting close. Harry Sisson is just losing his mind. He's not live. He's not making posts. He knows that he was a shill, and that's it. Yeah, I said it was close for the House, close, but it is the Senate for right now. So Cardi B goes, "We need a Hail Mary," and KJ Crypto goes, "Bitch, you need Jesus." Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Elon Musk, America is a nation of builders. Soon you will be free to build. Elon goes, game, set, and match. I think at this point here, they should probably make the call for Pennsylvania and Georgia. For the amount of votes that are in, there is not enough votes. Yeah, so there's not enough votes in Georgia and Pennsylvania to swing it out of Trump's control. They should call Georgia and Pennsylvania here. Yes, he is from TikTok. Yes, Harry Sisson is from TikTok. Yeah, Zippy, but it's not enough to swing the votes. Like those counties, they don't have that much population. It's not enough to swing a vote. It's not enough to swing the electoral. Yeah, the data is there. You know, there's not enough. You know, Trump. So Pennsylvania is at 87% of the votes. So let's look at this. I'm going to use Pennsylvania for example. So with Pennsylvania, there's 87% of the votes in. And if you count these percentages here so far, so the estimated total votes would be 6,888,000. So Trump is at 51%. Harris is at 48%. If you were to take away that's about 1 million votes. Most of them are going to be 50-50. It's just not enough. There's not enough to swing it. Georgia's almost practically all done. The magic votes come from, yeah, the ones at 2 a.m. that are unaccounted for, you know, that you just see go beep, and it's like, what? The ones that people were like, no, that's fraud. Okay, so we're getting reports. Ding, 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 ding. Getting reports. There's still no sign of Harris at her rapidly thinning watch party at Howard University, her alma mater. She could be speaking to a nearly deserted campus if she does not appear soon. From New York Times. No, I agree, Zippy. So, the New York Times is saying that this hundreds, if not thousands, of people are leaving the watch party, the campaign where she is going to give her winning speech. People are leaving like crazy. They have lost all faith in Kamala Harris. They have lost all faith in the Democratic Party at that watch party. So yeah, that's why, guys, if you notice, I want you guys to remember something. Remember hours ago when I showed you this, how it was a very wide shot, very wide shot. They're now on an ultra extreme close up. They're on an ultra extreme close up because they're losing. Exactly. She should be out there reassuring them, but she's not. She's not. I remember back when Hillary was doing this in 2016, at least she went out there and they'd celebrate for every state that they won, that it was projected for a win. That's how you do it. That's how a candidate does it. Trump's a little different. He's a businessman, you know? You come out at the very end, whether you win or you lose. That's how that is. And people expect that from a businessman like Trump. Again, we're pretty much just waiting here for some of these battleground states. Which is weird. I figured the New York Times would have made the call for, New Hampshire and stuff like that. I mean, Maine. I figure Maine would have probably had the majority of their votes in by now, since they're right on the coastline. Figured that. Nope. Yeah, and decision desk here uh, projects, obviously, Donald Trump winning the Nebraska congressional district is 0-1. Think that's what we've already expected from the Nebraska. Nice. In Brian Fitzpatrick, a Republican, takes Pennsylvania 0-1 for the U.S. House, in addition to another Republican for Michigan as well. Putting that at 177 to 144. You have to have 218 for total control. Hmm. Weird. So yeah, so we're kind of just in a holding pattern right now. Again, it's still a 3% lead over in Pennsylvania now. Arizona's a 0.72%, gaining on a whole percent point. Georgia, Trump's up 2%, very likely for Trump. That's going to give him 16 votes. Michigan, Trump is up 6 points in Michigan. Trump's up 3 points in Pennsylvania and up 4 points in Wisconsin. I think that this is a pretty, it's a pretty clear cut as to what's going on. Another House Republican gets voted to the House. This could be a clean sweep for the Republicans the whole way around. How are you getting your votes faster than CNN? Because CNN, when you work in a newsroom, you understand how that goes. CNN relies on their correspondents who rely on other people to provide them that information. And they're very slow. They're extremely, extremely slow whereas like the New York Times is actually tapped directly into the polling centers through the states. So you can pull in a lot quicker going through various other sources than just relying on one of the mainstream media, because it has to go from that source to that source to that journalist to the newsroom to then be fact checked to, it takes like a half hour before it gets out to CNN. Pennsylvania is now at 88% in. $179 for the GOP. It's still questionable who is going to take the majority in the House. We know that the Republicans have taken the Senate. Will they take the House and presidency? New York Times has upgraded it to a 92% chance of a victory for Trump, placing him at a 302 total electoral college estimate. So apparently CNN just had an interview with Pamela Brown, and she says that the Georgia Secretary of State just told her that there are not enough ballots remaining in the state of Georgia for Kamala Harris to close the gap to win. So Georgia should be called here very soon for Donald Trump. So it appears that Georgia should be making a call very soon for Trump, as this news starts to spread. Donald Trump has won Georgia. Trump has won Georgia. That should be updated here very soon on the news outlets. Yep, ABC's making a call. Trump wins Georgia. Okay, so Donald Trump has won Georgia. That gave him 16 additional votes. Yep, CNN has made the call. CNN has made the call that Trump has won Georgia. The crowd is leaving at the Harris rally. There's no one on the bleachers whatsoever. People are going home. People are going home here at the Harris rally. People are flocking out. They are flocking out of there. NBC has made the official call. The New York Times now has Trump at 93% chance of winning. It is very, very clear. ABC has officially made the call that Trump gets 16 electoral votes from the state of Georgia. CNN, ABC, NBC has made the call that Georgia will flip from the Democrats to the Republicans. We may see a concession speech here very, very soon. I have a feeling that if Pennsylvania gets called, I think we could see a concession from Kamala Harris. I have a feeling. Let me see something here. So this is what we are waiting on here. Harris is now at below 3% on the Poly Market bet site. Less than 3% of people think that she is going to win. What is that thing? Will Donald Trump be the first elected felon to be a president? That's what's going to be funny. Trump is currently on the way to Palm Beach to address the watch party at his headquarters here, right behind that screen. Yes, it will. Once the AP makes their official call, every outlet has made the call though because of what the Georgia Secretary of State said. The AP just wants to play it safe. Trump is over a 4.5 million vote lead on the popularity vote.
Yet again, right? There's three counties here in Philadelphia that really tell a story. These are flipper counties.
The AP, I tell you what. Guys, look at the amount of people leaving. Look at that. Look at the crowd that's leaving. Everyone is leaving now from the Harris rally. Everybody is leaving. Everyone is leaving. She refused to come out and speak to them. She refused to come out and face her supporters. Everyone is leaving. Mass exodus. They have lost faith in the Democratic Party. I can tell you that much. They have lost faith in being a Democrat if they're walking out of there like that, because their leader let them down. And there's that cackle. She says she had a pre-recorded speech with her in the background. Look at that. Look how quick that's clearing out. Look at that. There's no one left. Because she knows she lost. She knows she lost. Yeah, confirming that she will not be speaking tonight to her supporters or to the country. Okay, the New York Times has made the call for Georgia. The New York Times has made the call for Georgia that Trump has won, giving 16 electoral votes. Trump has a 93% chance of victory. He is up and winning in every single swing state, even 6%. 6% in Michigan. Instead of the Democratic Party admitting that they brought on an incompetent nominee and candidate, they stuck with the shit sandwich, and this is what they're getting. This is what they're getting. Pennsylvania appears to be safe. Looking at the counties and the ones that they were not tallied up yet, Pennsylvania looks to be safe. Cambria County only has 21% of the votes in. It's a very rural county, and a majority of them are Republican, with only a few, maybe about 10 to 15% being Democrats. Hmm. Pennsylvania votes are coming in. 92% are in. It's narrowing down. It appears that he will be winning Pennsylvania here very, very soon. Trump is almost at 5 million plus for the popularity vote. Okay, guys. She is less than 2%. It was at right there, 1.9%. Donald Trump's at 98%, and Harris, less 1.4% of people in the United States thinks that Kamala Harris is actually going to win the election. That is a landslide. That is a landslide. Yeah, the Harris family. Not a single person is there. They all left. They all left. They all left. Okay, guys, so Trump's at 248 plus 19. All Trump needs is Pennsylvania and Alaska. Okay, the polls close in 3 minutes for Alaska. Trump should be speaking here very, very soon. Nevada is reporting. The AP has called Georgia. The Associated Press has called Georgia.
Welcome back. This is a breaking alert that has just moved on the AP wire. The Associated Press has called the battleground state of Georgia for Republican Donald Trump. That adds another 16 electoral votes to the Republicans' total. It's also the second of the 7 battleground states that AP has called tonight for Trump. The other 5 remain outstanding at this hour and are too early to call. As you can see on the live voting map next to me, that brings Donald Trump's electoral vote total to 246 and Kamala Harris to 210. Back with me, as he is all night, is Sagar Magani. Okay, Sagar, we've got our second of these battleground calls. What are you telegraphing in this? What do we see?
Well, when you look at that number, 246 for Donald Trump, that puts him 24 electoral votes away from being declared the winner of this race. When you look at Pennsylvania with 19 and some of these other battlegrounds that you mentioned, he is easing toward that. The Harris campaign had said just before we called this race that there are too many races too close to call, all the votes have to be counted, and that the vice president herself would not be speaking at their victory rally slash party event tonight at Howard University.
Your hairstylist is flexible. Your barista is flexible too. The yoga lady might be too flexible. But where can you find flexibility when it comes to getting...
People began just flooding out of that.
Yeah, we saw that in our live pictures here.
Let's see something here.
Once they were told that the vice president would not be adhering. So a dour mood among Democrats, but a whole lot of happy people at Mar-a-Lago where Donald Trump is supposed to address his supporters.
Right, and we will keep our eyes on our images coming in from all of his supporters gathered. Thank you for that. We will bring you more AP race calls and election night.
Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to do that. Whoops, I hit the wrong button. I was like, whoopsie. I don't care about podcasts. I want this.
Race calls and election night updates as this evening.
There we go. I had to make it so that way there wasn't an echo. Polls have closed in Alaska. Okay, guys, so we are coming into the wire here. Just heard from that wire there. Pennsylvania is at 93% reporting. Again, there's not enough votes. There is not enough votes remaining for Kamala Harris to win Pennsylvania unless you're stuffing ballot boxes. Oh, man. I just heard something about Pennsylvania. Let's go check on Pennsylvania. You guys hear that? Orside's like, everyone calm down. I'm watching all the networks. I know you got like you're like me, screens everywhere, and I just see everything, and I have access to everything, data wise. Oh, I've been crunching numbers the past. How long have I been live? 5 hours. Damn. Been live for 5 hours. Huh. Pennsylvania. They're gonna have to call PA soon. Donald Trump is nearing 5 million ahead on the popularity vote. Eddie goes, bro, why is Alaska taking so long? They got like 4 people and 3 polar bears. Don't forget the ice road truckers too. You know, they're probably coming in with a load. It's like, oh, yeah, my bullet! Okay, we got something in. Okay, Alaska has been called. Alaska has been called here by 270 to win. So, Alaska has been called. I think that, yes. Decision Desk has confirmed Alaska has been called for Donald Trump. Which means all he needs is Pennsylvania. Donald Trump only needs Pennsylvania, which is inevitable. There's not enough votes left to change that. Unless you're stuffing the ballot boxes. Unless you are stuffing the ballot boxes like it is a fucking turkey. Is the only way Harris can win is if they turkey Pennsylvania. Can you make a suggestion? Yeah, I want to hear it. Come on, what's your suggestion? 10 o'clock? Okay, it's a date. It's a date. 10 o'clock tomorrow. I'll be there. You buy me my egg McMuffin now? You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for your service. You gotta talk to yourself sometimes. It gets kind of lonely. Joking. Eddie. Right now, Trump is leading Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, and Alaska was called by Decision Desk HQ. If he wins everywhere that he is red, that is a landslide. That is a landslide. Now, we're going to take a look at the Senate. Obviously, Senate, we have our 51. We have over 50, so therefore the GOP will take the Senate. In the House of Representatives, GOP is at 184 and the 218s for the majority. Can they get a clean sweep on all three? We're going to find out. The Kamala HQ has deleted their Discord server. Joe Walsh has stated that he was wrong. He thought it was going to be a landslide for Harris. Something's going on. Something's going on. I don't know what. I am enjoying scrolling through Twitter and seeing all of the rage-quitting Democrats. So don't mind me, guys. I'm just scrolling through Twitter right now. I'm looking at everything, and I get notifications to my phone, but I'm like, you're switching to Fox. Yeah, I don't blame you. I think we're hearing the election people up in Colorado, which I don't know why, but I guess we are. Anyone check on Harry Sisson? Is he committed suicide yet? America failed women tonight. Trump bullied, assaulted, and stripped reproductive rights away from women all across the country, and instead of standing against it, many voted for it. We have failed our daughters, mothers, and sisters. Abortion should not be used for birth control. Plain and simple. I said what I said. Just because you want to go be a little slut doesn't mean you can yeetus the fetus. Pennsylvania, 93%. New York Times is wow, look. There is no one at the Harris rally because they all went home. This is full. This is absolutely full over here for the Trump speech.
Because your decor doesn't need to fit all in one box. Meet
Oh,
two holiday
cool.
personalities.
Also, guys, Alaska. I haven't seen anything like from Harry. Getting close on the house, though. We're getting close on house. Getting close. Getting close. Okay, guys. Breaking news. Trump has won Pennsylvania. Donald Trump is the president-elect / re-elect. And guys, it's over here. Poly market less than 1% for Harris. It's done. It's done. Fox made the call for Pennsylvania here, and Alaska. Alaska's a landslide when it comes to Republicans. I'm gonna switch this over to Fox here. Oh, what the hell? Not what I wanted.
Understand how some in the mainstream media are going to take this because it was
That's a
so
wrap.
over the top one way that they thought it was done. There was a landslide prediction from a lot in the media that she was going to have the landslide. It looks like he's going to have the landslide tonight. Yeah, it's truly remarkable. And, you know, the revolution rolls on. And this is not just, a victory for the White House tonight, but also, you know, this is the end of the old Republican Party, which of course Donald Trump took on. That was the first thing that he did. The very first thing that he did in 2015 was take on the old Republican Party. He has completely reshaped the Republican Party. The Republican Party is no longer doesn't stand for a lot of things that it stood for before. He has made it a far more middle class, working class, a far more practical party, I think probably a far more durable party, and he's figured out how to win with that. And you can't help but think that with this victory, in 4 years from now, he's going to have the mantle that he can hand to the next Republican. So I don't know how Republicans ever go back to the old party that they were. But it is truly extraordinary, and it is all by the force of one guy, one man who had the fortitude, the strength, the vision, the refusal to accept anything. All of the experts counting him out, and he just kept on fighting and fighting and fighting.
Charlie, it would have been one thing for him to come back from rescinded defeat to be elected again. But when you think about it, he came back from a series of them. I mean, his party lost in the midterm when his
2018.
They lost in 2018. They lost the presidential election in 2020, and they had a major disappointment in 2022, which one might have thought after all that the party wouldn't turn to him again, and yet in the face of that, plus all the things that Martha enumerated, the indictments, and all the other troubles that he had, for him to come back from that is really quite striking.
And think about how toxic he was after, say, January 6th. And then you're looking at races now in states where Donald Trump very well may drag Republicans, and he's overperforming in a lot of places fellow Republicans.
You know, it really does. I think there are parallels to 1980, Mark Penn. When you look at Jimmy Carter, we had hostages in Iran. We have hostages in Gaza right now. Very high inflation and a malaise in many ways in the country that I think these people who have been called a lot of names have had enough of. What is your impression of what this means tonight?
Well, I think this means a lot to a lot of people. I think the working class are looking for a renewal of American jobs.
Oops.
I think people are looking for a border that is sane and an immigration system that works. I think a lot of
So
people over in the
DDHQ made the call, and 270 to win made the call
whom they fear.
that he gets Alaska. Alaska's always red. They're always red. That's why they were called instantly, such as California, Oregon, and Washington. Trump's at 270, though, with Alaska here.
Which is going to raise a whole series of questions that are going to have to be answered now. But they cannot say that they are better than Donald Trump and recreate a system that does not recognize that he won and the people have spoken and he is going to be the 47th president. We haven't talked about foreign policy a lot, but imagine the Saudis, making a normalization deal with Israel in the face of a new president here. Imagine
going there tomorrow night.
Imagine a Ukraine that Donald Trump talks about. Kevin O'Leary, what is the market going to do?
You're going to love this. What's happened here is the system self-corrected. When you try and break the American model, it fixes itself. And I think people should give credit within the Democratic Party. Donald Trump saved them tonight too, because they're going to have to take a spatula to these policies and bring it back to the center over the next 4 years, and in a way, reset. And we talked about this earlier, but he saved entrepreneurship. He saved the entire model of the S&P 500, because taxing 20% higher was a really bad idea, and it self-corrected. Capital, and this is why I'm getting on a plane tomorrow night. I intentionally didn't leave till tomorrow night so I could go to Geneva, go to Abu Dhabi, go to Riyadh, and say it's 21% corporate taxes, 100% not going to change. That is very important for people like me that bring capital back to this country. It fixed itself. It fixed itself. And I think that's why America works. It has worked for 200 years. When it gets too crazy, it fixes itself. And whether you love Trump or you hate him, every Democrat owes him a thank you very much, Mr. President.
By the way, as the markets, the poly market, and all these election markets were moving, Bitcoin went up exponentially.
Yes, I'm long Bitcoin.
Speaking of Bitcoin, I'm also struck by just calling Pennsylvania here, Dana.
As soon as I heard North Carolina and Georgia, I knew. I saw the data. And I go, yeah.
Want your dog to
Oh,
roam free,
God
but
dang.
still on the fence about your options? Just don't.
Voters, but Selena Zito, who's somebody that we follow and we've had on the show many times, and she knows that area very well.
The mainstream media just doesn't want to call it. The mainstream media doesn't want to call it.
Who wants to create jobs, who is like looking into the future, and they can get behind that, and they love somebody who can really lead. And leadership takes courage, and you have to be willing to make decisions where you are going to be criticized. I think this is one of the problems that Kamala Harris has always had. She doesn't want to take a position on anything. We haven't even talked about how in California, the law to basically make shoplifting illegal again passed overwhelmingly, and Gascon, our friend down the DA in Los Angeles, lost by 22 votes. I mean, this is in California, so it was everywhere. And 2 days before, 22 points, thank you. She wouldn't even take a position on that. 75% of the people in California wanted it gone. You can't take a position to be with them.
Not only that, you were part of Prop 47, which changed the law the other way.
Right.
When you were in office.
So not wanting to take a position and not being willing to be criticized is a problem if you want to be a leader at that level.
She had that affliction in 2020. Why didn't her own party say, you're not the right candidate? I mean, run a process.
Well, they did. They ran her out of town right before any votes were cast in 2019.
But the
and then
same
she flipped
affliction
out of there.
hit her here. The same problem she had in 2020 hit her in
She's the same
2024.
person.
I mean, it's not all her fault. They put her in a race that she well, we now know couldn't win.
Yeah.
So, Karen, in fairness to Democrats, there's no doubt. I agree with you on the unrealized capital gains. We shouldn't be tied to that. But we produce more wealth, more innovation, more cures, more therapeutics over the last 3 years. So I hear you. Democrats are not bad for the economy. Some things she proposed that I'm with you on. But we're a great country, and we're going to continue to be great. And I trust and hope and believe that
Your
President Trump.
party will be great again.
I want the
And you can thank Donald Trump for that.
But he inherited an economy also that was in pretty good shape. I don't want to quarrel about that. All I want is going forward. I agree with you. I want the country to be great.
Harry Sisson has also confirmed. Oh, I appreciate Zippy. I appreciate it very much. I appreciate it very much. I'm waiting to hear the congratulations speech here from Donald Trump.
Past losers and winners and what they said. This is a big speech, Britt, for former President Trump. As he gets ready to deliver this in front of a crowd, he's obviously taken the slings and arrows and everything that's been said, the fascism, all of the things we talked about tonight. But this moment is actually a moment to reach out.
It's an opportunity if he chooses to do that, but it's also 1:30 in the morning. So you could kind of wonder how many people are alive to hear.
Oh, they're there.
He's definitely
A lot of people are still
The
up.
question is, how much is the national TV audience?
I bet they're still in.
You know, I think back at the moment in Iowa at the beginning of this process, Brett, when we had a town hall with him, bless you, Brett, and he, we asked him about all of this revenge stuff and that he was going to want retribution, and this is what everyone heard. And there were times when he had language that was that matched that, but he said that he wanted success to be his revenge, and that he wanted a successful America. And I would imagine that we're going to hear something along those lines tonight, but we'll see.
Right, you wrote in your piece, you quoted
Kamala Harris won Minnesota, which is expected.
in an election.
Kamala Harris has won Minnesota. Doesn't make any difference.
You know,
Makes no difference.
Thanksgiving tables that people are still going to have hard feelings after this election, more than any other election.
I have one of them.
And if you passing the Brussels sprouts is not going to be as easy Thanksgiving Day, but this is a chance to move forward. Brett, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that one thing that can happen here, and happened to Biden, in my view, when Biden was elected, we had every reason to believe that he would be this sort of moderate deal-making guy that he'd been when he was in the Senate. Yes, he's always followed sort of the drift of his party, but he worked across the aisle with many senators, had Republican friends and so on. We thought that would probably be the kind of president he was. And then something happened. Trump went to Georgia and made a mess of that Senate, those two Senate races down there, and the Democrats ended up with control of the Senate, at which point old Biden started getting, these historical sugar plums dancing in his head, and went out for a very aggressive agenda.
Sure, there were articles about FDR.
Oh,
He
yeah.
was going to be the next
Next
FDR.
FDR, he's going to out Obama. Remember that?
Yep.
Well, in my view, that was he would have been, if the Republicans had maintained control of the Senate, first thing that wouldn't have happened was all that wild spending that led to the inflation, or led to a big part of the inflation. And Biden and the country would have been better off because of it. There's always a danger in overreading a mandate. One wonders if Trump will be sober-minded about this.
I think that happened to Biden. Early on, remember he said that he's going to be returned to norms, and then the historians came in and said, no, you could be bigger than FDR. So he said, it's fine, okay, I'll spend all the money. Then they caused inflation, and now they end up with this result. Well, he has said that this looks like new President Trump, if he gets to 270, which we expect he will fairly shortly, yes, exactly, has a moment to bring about the unity that people expected after the last election. Of course, we would be kidding ourselves to think that there won't be a tremendous response to this, tremendous backlash in a lot of corners of the country.
So listen, he's going to get there because Alaska's going to be Republican, but we're not done as far as calling states. There could be even more states that go Trump's way. This could be a massive landslide just by what we're looking at in the polls. Fox News decision desk counting out projected Vice President Harris will win Minnesota, and her running mate Tim Walz serves as the state's governor there. That takes it up to 267 to 226. But again, Donald J. Trump will be the 47th president.
See, like I said, he will be. It is what it is.
If you have generalized myasthenia gravis, picture what life could look like with Vyvgart Hytrulo, a subcutaneous injection that takes about 30.
Yeah, so
They are about to explode at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. We see thousands of people waiting, and we are about to hear from the next president of the United States. He will be 45 and 47, and we're waiting for him to join the room. We'll take you there, obviously, as soon as that gets underway. In the meantime, Grady Trimble is in Michigan. Let's get a quick update just outside of Detroit. Hi, Grady.
Hey, Martha, yeah, people were getting a little bit tired here, but then the call for Pennsylvania was like a jolt of electricity through this room at the Michigan GOP watch party, and the crowd started chanting USA. They started chanting Trump, 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 as it now appears he will be the 47th president of the United States. Now, in addition to Trump and the call for him in Pennsylvania, they're also excited about the possibility that Michigan could be the state that tips him over that magic 270 number. We're also following a very close Senate race here in Michigan, and they're feeling very confident about that as well. Republican candidate Mike Rogers looks like he could cruise to victory with the help of former President Trump. Democratic candidate Alyssa Slotkin, she went out to her crowd at her watch party at around 12:30 tonight and told them to go home and go to sleep, where here they extended this ballroom venue all through the night if they had to, and now it looks like the crowd is fired up as they await former President Trump taking the stage.
Okay, Grady, thank you. It is really important to point out how big the coattails could be tonight. Think about Bernie Moreno in Ohio, was thought dead in the water against Sherrod Brown. He wins. We have right now at this hour, as Grady mentioned, Mike Rogers in Michigan is up. Looks like he is getting closer. We haven't made a call there yet. Hovde in Wisconsin, leading right now. Sam Brown in Nevada is closing in on Jackie Rosen. We're talking about historic numbers here. If all of these dominoes fall, you're talking about a Senate that could be 54-46, 55-45. That when you came into election night.
But these candidates have all fought really strong races, and they have all closed in a very strong way. And in fact, many of them were sort of pulling into +5, +6 in just over the last 3 weeks. So it's a fascinating part of the story. Hopefully, we'll be able to call some more of those soon.
Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says with these coattails, you could see the House going Republican as well, and that would be a part of this story as well. Let's go back out to Trace Gallagher on the West Coast with his panel. Hey, Trace.
Brett, thank you. Martha, thank you as well. We've got our panel, Steve Hilton, Jody Armour, Katie McGee-White, and John O'Caldwell. You're talking to your panel, Brett and Martha, and we were talking to ours, and Katie McGee-White was struck by the whole concept that again, Trump was undercounted.
This is the third consecutive.
They do, preacher. They live in their own. I'm just over here like.
We really need to be asking ourselves, why do you
Like, just throw the damn towel. Throw the damn towel, you know? Come on, throw the damn towel.
blindsided? You didn't expect it.
You know damn well, 2020, it was like, okay, whatever. 2016, it was like, whatever. 2012, it was like, whatever. 2000, like, all these times. This one, they're like,
Wrap their heads around why so many people support him. And it's because for a long time, actually for
did she say fuck?
Democrats in power didn't think they needed to. And even worse, they didn't want to. They didn't want to have to stoop down to understand the concerns over immigration, over the economy. And guess what? The American people sent a very clear message tonight that you better start paying attention, and you better start paying attention soon.
We heard a lot of words, demographic. I don't know how many times we heard it, Steve Hilton, but Gianna, you talk about black voters, black male voters especially. We heard it again and again.
It's on the YouTube.
I think this is a historic night. Black men will now, those who voted for Trump will be counted as those who helped save America from further decline. I mean, Kamala Harris has tried her best to create these accents like, you better act like you remember all of these things that she's done to try to appeal to this community, even going on Oprah Winfrey's talk show or whatever that was to say, oh, I'll pull out my gun and shoot someone that tries to come into my house. I mean, this has become nonsensical to the point that I don't know if we're looking at Medea runs for president or not. I mean, this is.
I swear that's what she said.
From the black male perspective, and I hope the Republican Party takes note.
Yeah, and you talk about young males and younger voters, Jody Armour. You're a law professor at the University of Southern California. You know what young people are geared into. Are you surprised when you see these voter analysis numbers that young voters came out heavy for Donald Trump?
Yeah, well, young voters can sniff out a fraud. They can sniff out somebody who's chameleon-like. She changes her position according to the prevailing winds. They didn't like that. Many across the country, young students said, for me, a red line also is mass atrocities, is collective punishment, is what I see going on in the Middle East, and I see us as complicit in. So they, were saying, I'm not just enthusiastic. Yeah, I'm not going to get out.
I got 15 seconds for you, Steve. I just think we're
Yep. It's on Fox, guys. It's on Fox. It's on Fox. It is called. They called it. They called it. Yep.
President of the United States.
The former president's comeback will be complete with a win in Wisconsin, a state that he narrowly lost 4 years ago. He is now the second president in U.S. history to win 9 consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s. Senator J.D. Vance will become the 50th vice president of the United States. Voters expressed deep frustration with the Biden administration.
277.
President Trump and the future President Trump overperformed in urban areas, particularly with men, proving that the strategy that they've doubled and tripled down on over the course of the last few months absolutely succeeded and brought him back to the White House.
Trump won.
47th President of the United States, former President Trump now defeats Vice President Kamala Harris, who entered this race just over 100 days ago. And for Democrats, they were projecting the possibility of running the table with battleground states. David Plouffe with the Democratic campaign of Harris campaign suggested that just yesterday. Now it is possible that Donald Trump runs the table with these states and builds on
So many people are going to jail.
electoral win. We don't know where the
So many people are going to jail now.
he will be going back to the White House and with him,
Anyone.
will be a lot of changes because he will have
that criminalize the political system.
You know, he often counts for the
All the prosecutors, all the January 6th people are going to get pardoned.
he was new to this realm.
It's more like a payback now.
To in the presidency, and he promises us that now he knows who he wants to hire. Now he knows the kind of people he wants to have around him. A lot of people are saying that means a lot of very experienced people around Washington will be ruled out, and maybe they will. But it's going to be very interesting to see the kind of people he reaches out to and reaches out for in this days.
Oh yeah, Zippy. Yeah. You know, I'm not a big fan of punishment and payback, but for what they did to him and all the January 6th people, it's well deserved.
Campaign has been through, and now there is the prospect of creating what you want to create in a second administration. Your thoughts, 30,000 feet of this win.
Indictments, 2 assassinations.
Yep.
An unlikely come-from-behind victory, and history is made tonight. This is a huge moment, particularly because this is a tectonic shift of the Republican Party. If all of this exit polling is true, you now have Black voters, Latino voters, young voters coming in a way that we haven't seen the party bring in a very long time, and that's due to former President, now soon-to-be current President Trump. And I just want to say this as we wait for him to come out. I remember having a conversation with Ivanka Trump in 2016 about his remarks. And before he went out to
I'm more concerned about how the House is going to perform, guys. We're so close to the House. We're so close to the House.
He ripped up the boisterous speech and said he wanted to heal the nation.
If we can get the House, we're going to have the Senate, the House, and the President, all Republican, and SCOTUS. It'll push all the Democrats out of the United States. It will. It will.
And I fully expect President Trump right now is maybe ripping up that more boisterous speech and preparing to unite the country.
It's an amazing message.
Another House vote, 189, 189.
We're going to chance to see here in a minute. Trey Gowdy said something on your show the other day about how one of the things that you hope also is they're a little more prepared this time. They've got a great transition team, and they're going to need it, and I hope that there are a lot of people who want to go in and be helpful.
Yeah, I think his transition team has done a wonderful job vetting potential candidates, and to Kaylee's point, I think a liberated Donald Trump, he's never going to be on the ballot again. This is his last term. I think, Harold, he will surprise his detractors. I think he will be not anything like what his detractors have described him as being now that he is liberated. If I'm wrong, you can hold me to that. But I think he will, a liberated Donald Trump is going to shock his detractors.
He has said that the assassination attempts had an impact on him. We saw him in many ways return to the very rough and tumble style that we've seen in Donald Trump toward the end of this. But now he will take the stage tonight as the next president of the United States, and he will not be able to run again. And I think that is another liberating factor potentially.
But guess what? Donald Trump Jr. is eligible. J.D. Vance is eligible.
Twice, and the second time around, he now has a MAGA mandate. He'll have a Senate that he can use to push through his cabinet.
Yep. The House, the Senate, it's all that the cards are falling for the Democrats for at least the next 2 years. The Republicans will be in charge.
But he also has been working very hard in his transition, get the right people around
3 North Carolina House seats flip.
in the White House. So this is a mandate tonight for him, and I think he should get a lot of credit for doing the work on the ground, going to these states to pull these Senate candidates across the line with them.
Bert, what do you think the analysis is going to be? There's going to be a lot of time to digest all of this. We'll focus now on what the incoming president is going to say. What do you think the analysis is going to be on the Democratic Party and what
Well, I think it's going to be agonizing. I think it's going to take a little while for consensus to form about what the party needs to do next, or what it did wrong this time. It'll be grudging at first. One can certainly imagine that, if the party were smart and shrewd political voices were heeded, that there'd be some major changes in their agenda and their approach in this. And you think of the issue sets that they're trying to run on against this man that failed. They need to reconsider all of that. And I think it'll take a while. Now, our colleague and friend Mark Halpern, who's been very astute this particular cycle, he thinks there's going to be blood on the streets and people are going to be hysterical. I hope not. But it could happen.
I am really looking forward to reading some of the stories, probably with a lot of anonymous sources amongst Democrats with the recriminations.
Yep.
And it's going to be fast. And
We're going to learn where all the shortfalls were of the Harris campaign. I'm glad this did not extend into 6 or 7 a.m. like some elections.
Endorsed her or said, let there be a primary, and Dr. Jill Biden, there will be thoughts about her. And
CNN. I'm watching CNN on the one monitor, okay? I gotta say this. CNN, you can see their expressions. They've been told in the IFB. Fox News has called the race. Donald Trump has won. Let the babies go to bed happy tonight. You can see the CNN anchors there are just trying to grasp at any single straw. Any single straw. You can tell that the IFB told them that they've all, it's over. It's over.
That we can all grow from. Because if we don't, not in a selfish, partisan way, Democrats won't progress. And I don't think you can fly and soar as a great country unless you have both wings working together. And President Trump, tonight, I'm going to be interested in that tone, Kayla. I was reminded of your words and reminded of what you said as you shared it. I remember that story. And I hope and pray for the country tonight that President Trump, who has every right to be joyful, every right to celebrate, will give a speech with that tone tonight that in many ways could help him do all the things that he campaigned on in this campaign.
What does this mean for the Never Trumpers, the Republicans, and the Lincoln Project people, and Bill Kristol, and people like that who seem to abandon everything they ever previously believed in order to oppose Donald Trump?
We'll get to the Never Trumpers soon enough and the hundreds of millions of dollars wasted on them. Look, Donald Trump won this on policy and personality. I don't want to be remiss here. He is talking about energy independence, manufacturing, an economy where everybody is working, no new foreign wars, getting out of the entanglements we currently have, respecting and resourcing law enforcement, border patrol, military. And by the way, friends, we don't get those policies without that personality. What did we hear during the Republican primaries? I want Donald Trump's policies without his personality. Good luck with that. You don't get this strength and this resolve and this toughness. You don't get those policies without that. But I want to say this. It's on this phone that Huma Abedin placed a call 2:30 a.m. on November 9th, 2016. And on the other line was Secretary Clinton to concede the race to Donald Trump on my phone. I handed it to him. And I said to Vice President-elect Mike Pence, make sure Hillary actually concedes. She did. And President Trump was gracious to them too. They came to the luncheon at the Capitol after the inauguration. The Obamas and the Clintons were there. I was there to see it myself. And then something just changed. The Washington Post said, let's impeach him at noon, 2 minutes after he's inaugurated. Melania wrote about this in her book. So, Harold, I hear you. I hope everybody can unify. But I got to tell you, my friend, I think it starts with your party and not mine.
Fair enough.
They had this guy in a courtroom. He's not an indoor cat. I get it. They had him in the courtroom. They had him impeached. They had him, and whether people think that was justified or not, now is a good time to respect the will of the people. Forget about us. The will of the people.
I agree with that. I'm just saying, be a gracious winner and let's move the country forward. I agree, and I know you. That was my only point.
I heard a gracious winner today when I talked to him. I really did. He's known for a while. He was gonna. I wrote a piece on FoxNews.com October 11th saying he's going to have a narrow landslide. I think he's felt that for a while, but he wanted to go and earn it.
And I even think the people around him have to be gracious too. I think he. I don't know as well as you. can be gracious as well.
We can always hope.
Yeah, well, that comes from the top.
Once more, I just want to say how much money was spent on this election. $15.9 billion with a bill. B, if you spend $1,000 a day for 2,740 years, that would be $1 billion.
Yeah, CNN, they got told pretty much to do what they need to do so that way it can extend into the morning time.
And here we are.
What is that, a check you can write to for every American? What did you say?
$50, if not $40.
About $50.
Presidential race has a medium. You know, you go back to television, cable. This was, in some ways, a podcast experience of a campaign. And those are free to go on podcasts. And you wonder how much of that money really needed to be spent when there's a lot of ways to reach people. But I think it's really interesting and something we'll be talking about a lot in terms of the reach of these endorsements from Rogan and Musk and the rest of
The
them.
final ads where they talked about making America great again, but then ending with the assassination attempt and that fist in the air, the iconic image.
Waiting for Trump to come on here.
Warrior
And it
president.
worked.
Yep. Yeah, toughest son of a gun we ever saw. That was the last note we see in that ad. And I think, for whatever you think of the guy, you gotta admire that. I mean, the adversity he's faced, everything we've seen in other presidencies and other political figures who've gone through all kinds of trouble, are pale in comparison with what he's been put through. Maybe it's time for his enemies to stop it.
Not only that, but the energy that he has is truly amazing. It's the Energizer Bunny. Let's check in with Aisha Housing. Speaking of the Energizer Bunny, at Trump headquarters in West Palm. Aisha, this has been a big night all night long. I'm sure it's really getting fever pitch now.
Yeah, the popular vote. Popular vote was so far 67 to 62 million. First time a Republican has won popular vote in forever.
crowd went absolutely nuts when Fox News called it here, and people were hugging each other, they were high-fiving each other, that people were on FaceTiming. I think they were just couldn't believe it that this happened tonight, and they didn't have to wait days and days and days. We are now awaiting the former president to take the podium. He is here in the building, as is his running mate,
Up.
Vice President-elect
Up.
J.D. Vance. They're backstage. We were told they were going to come out as soon as the election was called, and so now we're just waiting. We asked for a 2-minute warning. I don't know if we're going to get one, but hopefully we will see him soon. And so I just want to add a little bit of perspective, just as a Capitol Hill reporter that's been covering the former president for a while. When I came to Congress 3 years ago, talked privately with many powerful Republicans who did not want to see the former president back in Washington, and then to see the legal battles that he went through and Republicans having to stand up for him, and then he went through went to the RNC and claimed the nomination. This is the greatest comeback that I've ever witnessed personally myself. And so I look forward to seeing what he says to the country here tonight and to his supporters. Back to you.
Aisha, thank you. The Harris team is now texting to say Vice President Harris will speak tomorrow. And that will be her response to the election results. So we have from the Harris team, which is really
She knows she lost.
Well, I also just think it's a shame because I remember when John Kerry did this to George W. Bush in
Yep.
2004, and you worked so hard, and I know that they're disappointed, but you should concede and let your opponent have their election night.
Yeah,
And let the
exactly.
that's there at Trump, at Mar-a-Lago, where are they? They're in Palm Beach.
They're in West Palm, at the convention center.
At the convention center, like, let them have their moment without anyone. Like, I remember Andy.
Exactly. Concede.
Yes, we know we won, but we have to wait until John Kerry concedes, and then we all had to traipse back in the next morning and wait, and you don't get that moment. I don't think it's right. And
That's not to say there's not going to be a phone call. There could be a phone call tonight, but she's not going to speak public.
if there's a phone call, they have to make it public, and then nobody needs to hear from her. So if I were her, I would.
So now we're waiting for Kamala to quit being a cunt and to concede. Okay, got it.
was there, and it does feel like you want to just collect the moment and do it the way that
But they
you
were
do.
holding out hope. They were holding out hope that the blue wall could somehow come come together. But it's going to be a red wall.
90 minutes before that, we're told to go to bed.
I got the text.
90 minutes before all of this, Jen O'Malley Dillon, the Harris campaign person, said everyone can go to bed and come back tomorrow. So
she didn't even address her own supporters. We want her to call President Trump. She didn't.
Exactly.
Assembled there for hours.
I agree, preacher. I agree.
It just seems very ungracious. By the way, it ended up being a very bad split screen. You probably couldn't see it in here, but they're filing out, and he's expanding his folks, and they're all excited for him. Look, I think that Kamala Harris is a sign of the times, but I think that Trump's a metaphor for the country. And when he says we don't surrender, fight, 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 we get back up. I just think I think that's what it is. The other thing I just want to say, maybe it's as a Catholic, maybe it's just as a Trump supporter, maybe it's just as a flawed human being. We all get second chances in this life. Rarely do we get a second chance as big as this one. And I have got to believe the man that I know and that Kaylee worked with is going to work with a certain alacrity and energy to get things done very quickly. What he can do through executive order, what he could do with the Congress, bringing in the governors. Nobody gets a second chance this big in their lives and just puts it on the shelf as a trophy or a gold
We're getting reports here from CNN. They called Pennsylvania.
bad policies, and I think do even better. You know, these celebrities, these athletes, he's got job creators and innovators. He's got Elon Musk and Daniel. He's got people who make stuff, who people say, wow, there's an American success story, and he's going to bring them aboard.
So Vice President Harris has now encountered what is known as the Van Buren curse. It's the failure of the vice president to get to the presidency. Only two have done it. And
Yeah.
Van Buren in 1836 and George H.W. Bush in 19.
It looks real bad. Very bad.
The question is what the Republican Party looks like now. And Kaylee, it's a multiracial party, to your point. It's working class, and maybe it's the future. I mean, it's Elon Musk.
Right now, CNN told her it's 265. He's going to win. She's got to make the phone call. She's got to make the phone call.
That go on up to that end. Who is the next standard bearer for president? Is it J.D. Vance? Is he the one who picks up the torch after a 4-year legacy-defining term with the success that Kellyanne's describing? Is it J.D. Vance that picks it up? There's going to be a conversation about ground game. I mean, Kamala Harris over the weekend, they were saying they were knocking 1,000 doors a minute, and I have no reason to doubt that. It was an extraordinary ground game, but do ground games matter as much as podcasts, as much as real, authentic, viral moments like President Trump on the garbage truck or, you know, President Trump at McDonald's, these viral moments that really captured the attention of the nation. And what is the Republican?
She's going to concede now.
It's a broad coalition.
She's going to concede.
Coalition, and I think if President Trump manifests that working man agenda, no tax on tips, no, you know, limit on credit card interest rate, that's a working man's economic agenda. And if he makes that happen in 4 years, this party may look like this for quite some time.
You know, I'm struck when you're talking about the authenticity part of this, because when I
Okay, so CNN is at 265 Trump. She's got to concede.
with blood on his face, fight, fight, fight. You can't fabricate. No, you know, consultant can create those moments, Trey. Those are organic and they are authentic. And I think that that is something that Kamala Harris fell really far short on in terms of the authenticity.
She's got to concede.
If you had told me that a billionaire from New York would be able to connect with middle America, I would have questioned that. To my friend, the gentleman from Tennessee, autopsies are painful, especially when the patient's still alive. I wonder what the Democrat Party is going to go through in the next weeks and months, because this was a loss that I don't think anyone saw coming, not to this magnitude. So what does the autopsy look like if you're a Democrat? It's painful, but you have to have one. How did you lose, and how did you lose this South?
The easiest way to do it for them would be to simply say, if Joe Biden hadn't clung to the job, clung to the nomination, and hidden his condition with a lot of help, they could have had an open nominating process and gotten a more attractive nominee.
But I don't know
who would have been freer to walk away from Biden policies and would have had a better shot. I mean, I think that's the easiest, simplest solution. But I'm not sure that's where they'll go, but that makes
I
sense.
don't think you can pass over an African
She's got to concede.
It's a very loyal constituency for the Democrat
also
But
how
if
they
he
could have
but
passed
if
over.
he got, but if he left the office.
She's gotta
He'd
concede.
been put through a different process and would have had competition.
She just has to do it.
You know?
But I mean, but Harold, you have a Democratic Party that's pretty old. I mean, you have Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden.
Well, you got Andy Beshear, you got Josh Shapiro, you
But
got
that's
Gretchen
a
Whitmer.
different kind of Democrat, and that is not the progressive Democrat that wins in a primary. So is it going to be a change in your party?
Well, we nominated Bill Clinton and Barack Obama, who were not from
the old
the
days.
party. So I think we'll do that. Look, tonight, what happened this evening and what's happened over the last year has been described. There were those on this panel who didn't believe that this resurrection could have occurred. So if this can happen, things are possible in politics if you're willing to change and willing to have courage and determination. And whatever Democrats or anybody wants to say about this guy who's been elected our president, he personifies that courage and determination and persistence. So I think you were asking a serious question, and Britt gave a very serious answer. I think that's going to be part of the.
Okay, CNN just gave Trump another point. 266.
The way we campaign sometimes with that
266.
at the end is not the right way to do it. But before you get there, you got to get a purpose and a message, and we'll get there. We've got a long history of figuring these things out as a nation, as a party, and we'll figure it out this time.
So the carnage speech got a lot of attention at the inauguration. Do we think that this speech, we're actually told that the teleprompters have been removed from the stage, so we could be in for a long haul here.
Ooh. So there's no planned speech. It's going to be all on the whim.
Right. So, Dana, what does this speech look like?
This one right now?
Yeah.
I think look, I don't know. He's one of the most unpredictable people, too. So I think that's why we're all here, and I'm wide awake, and I've been awake for almost 24 hours now. And I am curious to see. I wasn't just thinking about this speech. I'm thinking about the inauguration speech, which would be 8 years since Carnage speech. He has a wide range of the types of speeches that he can give. If you think even within a speech, there's range. If you think about the RNC convention, it started off with like, oh wow, yeah, and then after a while, like, wow, you're still talking. It was like so long, and it kind of got off script, and people thought, oh, we kind of lost opportunity. But he didn't. I think if you look at these people who would take off work, drive somewhere in the middle of the night to go and get in line to wait for hours, to then stay at a rally for hours, and part of the things he has done as well is created this camaraderie amongst people so that you could go to a place where you're not afraid to wear your red MAGA hat and you could say, I'm not the crazy one. I'm not the only one who thinks the way that I do. I can actually have friends, and that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be outreach to the other side. I believe in love thy neighbor. I love all of that. But he has created something special here, so I kind of want him to take a victory lap tonight. I don't think this is necessarily the moment for unity, especially when she won't even concede and give him the night to celebrate.
Kellyanne, you were looking at the popular vote. He's still up, and could finish up.
And part of it is because he did run up the totals in places I was looking at, even the rural counties in Pennsylvania. He was going to win them by significant double digits, but he won them that much more. I think running up the totals in Florida, which was a swing state not that long ago, over 1.1 million votes or so. Haley, right, your home state. And this is, look, I think that when the Democrats this candidacy, it's not going to be that she had too much time, not enough time. She's just a flawed candidate. She doesn't speak well. She doesn't work hard. I'm not being mean or partisan. I don't know why the country would have rewarded this candidate with the big job when she couldn't make the case what she does as vice president that affects our lives in a positive way. She was given that opportunity. I personally like to thank the women of The View tonight for asking us, especially for having her on. Oprah, we see you, and so on and so forth. People who thought they were doing her a favor because they made her something she's not. It's the opposite for Trump. They make him something he's not. Take that one word, take that one line, take that cherry pick this, that, and the other. You never get the essence. I go back, does everybody remember 5 years ago, so Laurel and Yanny, or what color dress? You hear Laurel, I hear Yanny. You see a blue dress, I see a yellow dress. We were all looking at the same thing. That's the way Donald Trump is in this country. There are people who look exactly the same person, and they see two different vistas. I think it's time that we try to see one. Look, I don't know who said it earlier. I'm a little worried about the reaction of the Democrats and the Kamala people here. I'm very worried. I think that there are a lot of unhinged people across the political spectrum.
Yes, preacher, yes.
We gave very little quarter to how many anti-Kamala voters are out there. I don't want to hear the words racism, sexism. It's eyesight and hearing. We were listening and watching her. And I'm very worried that we've not talked a lot about how violent people may be and angry because she lost.
Right.
I'm afraid of
That is true.
I mean, I can just imagine thinking about The View, and a week or so ago, they were saying, you know, what is wrong with someone who would vote for him?
Michelle Obama.
And Joe Scarborough saying, you know, we weren't raised like this. Who raised these people? So I can only imagine what tomorrow is going to look like.
You know, I will say when we talk about The View, you know, what comes to mind is we mentioned the carnage speech that President Trump gave at his inauguration. And my mind automatically went to the unity speech that Biden gave, and he mentioned unity a half dozen times. But when you think about what we got over 4 years, there was the garbage comment that didn't come in isolation. There were all kinds of comments. Neanderthal was one of the first words he used to describe those who opposed his COVID edicts. The Mark Cuban comment, who's an official surrogate of the Kamala campaign, and for, you know, as
So close to the house. So close to the house.
But one thing I've challenged Democrats to find is one example of him disparaging the country, half of the country, and that's something he has not done. And so I expect you'll hear a unifying tone, and I expect you're going to see a very successful presidency and one untethered maybe from some of the things that were holding him back. What comes to mind is an Oval Office meeting that we had where Dr. Fauci was urging him not to open the country. And I watched President Trump fight vociferously, saying people are losing their jobs. We must open the country. He wanted to do it sooner than he did.
DDHQ
Who goes with his instincts is going to be a Trump
gave Wisconsin to Trump.
successful country in second term.
You know,
Trump will likely get Michigan,
Joe Biden mentioned the word unity.
likely get Arizona, likely get Nevada, Alaska.
About that. He'll pardon Donald Trump. He'll also pardon his son.
Yeah.
And he'll put pressure on Georgia and New York to end this lawfare. If there is any silver lining tonight, it is that lawfare actually helps the person that you are trying to go after. We need a justice system. The lady needs to wear a blindfold for a reason. We got to stop this prosecution.
Mhm.
I mean, literally, this
You
whole
would think would be the Attorney General.
Absolutely.
We need a really solid Attorney General.
John Radcliffe.
To do it.
Sorry, John. Sorry, John. I apologize. Sorry.
There will be a lot of talk about cabinet members, Treasury Secretary, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense. You've got Tom Cotton, Mike Pompeo. You have
Well, you also have a Republican bench. And sometimes, like you were saying, that the Democratic Party is quite old right now. There's not a great bench, although there are some, and especially, but when you take governors out of states, then you leave a hole, and then you have to build up that bench back up. But the Republican bench is pretty strong right now.
there you see Doug Burgum and Vivek Ramaswamy, Steve Wynn, his lovely wife Andrea. So people are there waiting for the former president. Britt would like to know where he is.
He's watching us.
Can we say tonight, though, Harold, that the melting pot still works? That Hispanics, Black Americans, working class Americans, you know, standing up, asking what their government is going to do, asking their government to see them and their concerns, that it works. That this is American democracy in our republic.
The process works. I think as we get a final account of the numbers and the coalition that President Trump won with this time, I think it will be one that will be for the history books. President Bush, I think, got 40+% of the Hispanic vote. George Bush, W. Bush, it looks like President, at least the preliminary numbers suggest that. But as much as we talk about the unconventional aspect of this was conventional also. People believed him. He resonated with voters. He resonated with communities, rural communities, urban communities, suburban communities across the country. And I congratulate him tonight. I didn't want him to win, but I congratulate him on his victory and wish him the best for my country. And I can only hope that the the concerns that are articulated by my dear friend Kellyanne, that they're not realized. I hope that my party and my friends, and for that matter, Republicans alike, that we're all able, once we get past the moment here, the 24 hours of excitement and joy and celebration, to understand that what we're really celebrating is the greatest experiment to have ever come to existence. It will celebrate 250 years of its own existence in 2026. So those are my thoughts, Brett.
I'm struck by the issue that of abortion because it was talked about so much, and it was presented as if, you know, you're a woman and you are not going to support her, then you know, hate all women. They said that husbands, you know, were hateful towards their wives and the women in their lives if they didn't support this candidate. And I think it just goes to show that that kind of, you know, manipulating, it doesn't win.
And narrowcasting us based on our gender. I think Kamala Harris was talking to us from the waist down, and I think Donald Trump was talking to us from the waist up as well. That's where my eyes, my ears, my heart, my brain, and my big mouth are. So, I mean, you got to talk to the woman in full. It's as if she doesn't know anything about the economy, or she doesn't care about what's going on in Ukraine or Israel or with Iran, or can't do the math on her grocery bill. It's an insult. Of course people care, but we care about many things. Just as we are not monolithic in life, we're not monolithic thinkers politically. But you know, Martha, something else happened. They put these ballot initiatives on to try to gin up turnout for the Democrat. And they did that, and it kind of backfired. Look at this popular vote. And it backfired. The other thing is, if you've got 10 abortion ballot initiatives, you can vote your conscience on abortion, and you can vote separately or similarly for president. The presidential race was not a proxy for your position on abortion. By the way, somebody sent me the statistics. Over $500 million spent on ads about abortion. $500 million in this country out of $16 billion Brett is talking about. $37 million for pro-lifers. The rest was the pro-choicers. I mean, it's just insane amount of money.
So we've spent a lot of time talking about markets tonight and the betting markets. Trey, at this point, it's at about 66% that Republicans hold on to the House as they're ticking down the possibilities, and they look at these coattails with not only the popular vote, but what could be and is shaping up to be an electoral college landslide. Should he control the White House, the Senate, and the House, like he did at the beginning in 2016, the possibilities open to a lot of things.
Yeah, I was there in 2016, and we had everything but an agenda. That mistake will not be made this time. He will deal with the border. He will deal with tax is coming up. There is a plan being formulated by Mike Johnson right now, and John Cornyn or whoever becomes the majority.
Oh, I bet Preacher for sure, yeah.
2016, I think we were surprised that he won. I'm not saying he was surprised, but others were surprised. The other thing I will remind you, Brett, when he won in 2016, you recall what he said about Hillary Clinton.
We're just waiting.
There was a lot of pressure to prosecute her. He said she's been through enough. I wish my Democrat friends would say the same thing about him and say enough is enough. Drop the cases in New York and Georgia.
Well, guys, I hope you all had a really good night. I'm going to eat, and we'll eventually figure out when she comes out to concede, you know. But thank you all for a great election night. Thank you, thank you.